Yes.
Please, my lord. Mr. Thwala, yesterday before we adjourned, you described what happened during the identification parade that was held in Pietermaritzburg in January of 2017.
Sawubona Mr. Thwala. Sikhona kunjani? Izolo ke nje ngaphambi kokuthi ke kuqedwe ke ngeproceedings ayizolo ubusachaza ke lokho kwenzeka kuleya akhomba parade oye kuyona eMaritzburg.
Yebo.
Yes.
You testify that you pointed out a person who had similar features as suspect number 1
Ushilo ke
who was
ukuthi
in the house.
wakhomba umuntu owathi uma umchaza unama feature asimila kunalawo aka suspect number 1 kulabo abangena endlini.
Yebo.
Yes.
If one looks at Exhibit T1, paragraph 21, subparagraph 4, this is now the identification parade form. A note was made.
21 subparagraph 24.
Yes.
Yes.
To the following effect, looks like the one in front that had like the gun. He had the same features as well. He was present when Senzo Meyiwa was shot. Are you able to clarify that paragraph?
Okay. Lapha ke kubhalwe ukuthi ubukeka efana nalo ophambili owayephethe isibhamu unama feature afanayo wayekhona ngathi uSenzo Meyiwa edutshulwa uthi ucala ke uchaze lokubhalwe la.
Ukuchaza kwami ke ukuthi njoba ngiye ngasho ukuthi ngesikhathi bethi angibheke lawo muntu ngambheka and then umbuzo abasibangibuza wona ukuthi akekho yini engimfanisayo noma mhlambe engimbonayo.
Okay. As I explained that I was asked a question or told that to have a proper look, and then I was asked this question, is there no one that I see or that I'm able to see? Yebo.
And then response yami ngasho ngathi khona engimbonayo onama similar features.
In my response I then said there is one that I see or that I can see who has similar features.
And then from lapho sengiqedile laba sibangibuza khona ukuthi imuphi loyo ngase ngakhomba lo muntu engimkhombayo.
When I was done, they then asked me which one is it. I then pointed out the person that I was pointing out.
And emva njengoba ngisho ukuthi emva kokukhomba lo muntu ngabona sebemsondeza sebengithatha bengibeka eduze kwakhe sekushuthwa izithombe, and immediately njengoba ngishilo futhi immediately kwenzeka lokho ngabiza ubaba or ngizothi.
Okay. And when that happened, I then saw them bringing the person closer, taking me closer to the person and then taking pictures. That is then when I called.
I called, I think, Kagwi lead investigating officer, Mr. Kinidi Gamchela, lo muntu angisho ukuthi uyena, ngithi unama similar features nalo muntu owayesendlini owayehamba phambili, angisho kodwa ukuthi uyena.
I called the lead investigator, Mr. Kininda, and informed him that this person that I'm pointing out, I am not saying that it is him, but he's got similar features as the person that was in front, that was in the house and who was in front.
Response yakhe kwaba ukuthi mangasamkhulu ukuthi wayebeke kanjani kodwa washo ukuthi no siyakuzwa nathi siyakuzwa ukuthi uyashutha kuyena.
His response was, although I am not able to put it specifically as he said it, but he said to me, no, we do hear you that you are saying it's not him.
Right, what happened further after this identification parade regarding this matter?
Kwasekwenzekani ke emuva kwalokho mayelana necala leli.
Hayi angiphindanga ngezwe lutho ayikho into esekenzeka abakaze basho lutho bese ngiyibona manje la enkantolo.
Nothing happened. They never said anything up to the stage when I then saw it in court.
If we can briefly revert to the incidents in the house. You mentioned that when you were there in the kitchen during the scuffle, you had a shot. Did you see who discharged this shot?
Ushilo ke ukuthi nkathi kunalesi scuffle ekitchen wase wezwa ke ukuqhuma kwesibhamu. Ingabe wabona yini ukuthi ubani owaqhumisa isibhamu?
Noma ngeke ngize ngisho ukuthi ngabona ukuthi ubani waqhumisa isibhamu kodwa iscuffle sasi between uSenzo nalo muntu wayephethe isibhamu. So wayephethe isibhamu obviously ukuthi uyena waqhumisa isibhamu kumina.
Although I won't be able to say specifically as to who discharged the shot, but the scuffle was between Senzo, that is now the deceased, and the person that had the firearm. So most definitely the person who discharged the shot was the one who had the firearm.
Did you see where the shot that was discharged struck?
Ingaba wabona yini ukuthi leso sibhamu leso esaqhunyiswa ukuthi sashaya kuphi nendawo?
Cha, angibonanga.
No, I didn't see.
Was that the only shot that you heard?
Isona kuphela leso noma wezwa nje lokuqhuma kwesibhamu kuphela?
Zuthu sokuqala ngasizwa sona lesi isikhathi ngisasendlini esesibili ngasizwa on my way athi sengiphuma nje sengiphumile sengidlule ngizothi sengidlule ngisho ngasempompini, so that's when I might have had the second shot.
Two, that's the first one which when I was still in the house, and then the second one was when I was on my way out of the house. I might have had the second shot.
And so where precisely were you at that stage?
Wawuphi nendawo ngaleso sikhathi leso?
Ngaphandle if mhlawumbe ngizokhombisa ngeyithombe just musuzodlula ngasempompini odlule empompini la.
I was outside, but if I were to show you using the pictures, just as I was about to pass the tap.
I'll show you photo 6 of Exhibit D.
Ngingasho mhlawumbe ukuthi ngasizwa la.
I would say that I heard it more or less when I was here, the witness showing just outside the house on the paving.
So how many shots in total did you hear?
Ukuqhuma kwezibhamu ke owabuzwa wayizwa izibhamu qhuma kangaki?
Ngathi
2.
You mentioned that the first suspect had a hat on. Are you able to describe that hat?
Ushilo ukuthi owoqala umsola wayethwele isigqoko isimo sokuthi ungasichaza leso sigqoko leso?
Engachaza ukuthi isigqoko nje njengoba ngishilo ukuthi ngasho mhlawumbe isigqoko lesi sijwayele ukufaka ngathini abantu abadala isigqoko sona ikepisi isigqoko
I'll just-
asichaza kanjani
I
isigqoko
don't know how to describe it, but the witness is indicating using his hands from the front to the back, but it's not a cap, and it's mostly worn by the elderly.
Sorry, are you saying it has a brim? I don't know what is a brim of a hat in Zulu. Mr. Interpreter. Because when he describes it like this, if this case goes anywhere else, they are not present. Is it a brim?
So I don't know what the brim would be in isiZulu, my
Hey,
lord.
my lord. Who knows
But I'm
what
sure
a
that you
brim
understand.
is in Zulu?
I'm sure it's a brim.
The Minister of what? The Minister of Police, Mr.
Yeah.
Bheki Cele.
Okay.
He normally puts in those fedoras.
So Ibrahim,
yeah
Then does
that's
it have-
more lights. So that's what I'm describing.
Okay,
more lights,
that's a
something like
brim.
that.
They say.
usho ke kanjalo
In
ukuthi
English.
lesi esicishe ukufana ke nalesi esigqokwa ungqongqoshe wamaphoyisa uNdosi.
Okay.
Yes.
You say
may-
something. Sorry, Susan. No, I thought your colleague wants to say something.
My lord, also I've got a problem that the explanation for the hat did not come from the witness, my lord.
No, look, he demonstrated it. It's not coming from me. Uye wangibonisa ukuthi injani le.
njengoba ngishilo ukuthi sime kanje
You see,
jwayele
it's
ukugqoka
not
abantu
me,
abadala
it's-
so
it's him.
it's more or less lento ayisho
Now I'm
ngisho
saying-
uyangisholo but nami uthi bengathi ngizosibeka kanjani
It's more or less what the court is saying. I'm not saying the court is speaking on my behalf, and the witness also added again that it's worn by the elderly.
And I was just explaining that when he demonstrates the brim, singa, and sipha abantu abadala. If it goes anywhere, this record is useless unless you explain what he is demonstrating. Unless you, Ms. Msholo, you say I'm wrong.
No, my lord.
Okay, fine, thanks.
You mentioned that alcoholic refreshments were purchased at a nearby tavern. Did you partake of these alcoholic refreshments?
Ushilo ke ukuthi kwathengwa iphuzo noma ke kwathengwa ke utshwala ke kwindawo edayi kwistolo ke noma itavern edayisayo. Ngabe nawe waphuza yini kulobo tshwala lobo?
yebo ngaphuza
Yes, I did.
Yes. What did you drink?
Waphuzani?
ngangiphuza Yantis Gold
I was drinking
Amaken.
Hunter's Gold
I
cans.
think 330 or 340
I think it's
Lamancane.
330 or 340, the small ones.
And how many did you drink?
Waphuza amangaki?
ngaphuza 2 elesithathu lalivuliwe
I
lesikhathi
drank
kwenzeka
2, but the third one was open when the incident occurred.
And what was the state of your sobriety when the incident occurred?
Ngathi isigameko lesi senzeka ke wawukwisiphiwo isimo ngithi uphuzile uphuze amakana awu2 kwisiphiwo isimo udakiwe awudake ukwesiphi isimo okumayelana nobusober.
angiso
I was sober.
And earlier on in your evidence, you did mention that Kelly's mother did serve you a meal. Is that correct?
Ushilo ukuthi uma kaKheli waniphakela ukudla.
yebo
Yes.
When you and Tumelo Madlala went out to smoke For how long were you there outside?
ngathi wena noTumelo niphuma ke eyobhema uTumelo ngaphandle nani ngaphandle isikhathi esingakanani?
Before uphendule ngicela ukubuza ukuthi are you counting nangalesikhathi sesingaphakathi or you just counting
Just before I
ngaphandle
answer,
kwegate kuqala?
are you just counting, are you including the time when you were inside as well, or only the time when you were outside of the gate?
No, only the time when you were outside the gate and also there at the tap.
Ngalesikhathi ningaphandle egatini nangalesikhathi nisempompini.
Mhlambe ngasho ukuthi roughly ngoba kwaphuma noSenzo sakhuluma naye. Mhlambe roughly 20-25 minutes 30 lapho.
Roughly 20-25-30 minutes, because even Senzo came out and we had a chat with him.
And when you were outside for that period that you've just mentioned, did you drink any alcohol during that period?
Ngalesikhathi ningaphandle ke ngabe khona utshwala naphuza ngaleso sikhathi leso niphandle?
Hayi cha.
No.
Yesterday you mentioned that at some point you re-entered the house and took up the same positions as before.
Ushilo ke izolo ukuthi nase nibuyela ke endlini ke nahlala ngaleyo ndlela leyo enanihlezi ngayo ngaphambilini.
Yebo.
That's correct.
And then the two persons as we described then enter the house.
Wasusho ukuthi kwasengena ke labantu ababili.
Yebo.
Yes.
What was the time lapse, or after how long, having re-entered the house, did the two persons enter the house?
Kusemuva kwesikhathi esingakanani ke ningenile uma senibuyela ngaphandle ukungena kwalabo ababili?
Noma ngasakhumbuli kahle kodwa ngasisona isikhathi eside kakhulu.
Although I can't remember properly, but it was not that long a time.
Then are you able to give an estimate more or less what time was it when the two persons entered the house?
Uma ungasho nje noma ke ungaqagela ukuthi kusikhathi sini uma laba ababili bengena endlini?
Bengayibopha kodwa ngoba ngizama ukukhumbula the conversation ukuthi ayithatha isikhathi singanani ngoba ukheli wayilingisa abantu abadansayo.
I'd be committing myself, but because I'm also trying now to think as to how long the conversation took, because Kelly was imitating some dancers.
Maybe more than 15 minutes, I'm not sure, because ngakhumutha sesilinda uSenzo ube uyena uvalelisayo ukuze sihambe, so
I don't know,
ngakho
maybe
ngithi ukuthi ngesikhathi lapho kodwa kangasona isikhathi eside.
it wasn't a long time, maybe about 15 minutes, because as I said that we were waiting for Senzo to say his goodbyes.
And yesterday you testified that everything happened fast. Are you able to say what the duration of the whole incident was?
Ushilo ke izolo ukuthi konke kwenzeka ngokusheshsha. Ingabe ungasho yini ukuthi isigameko lesi sisonke sathatha isikhathi esingakanani?
Shuthi estimated from ukusuka to mina ngiphuma ngaphandle eminyango. Ngizama ukuzwa.
Exactly, the witness want to find out
Yes.
exactly what they're referring to.
Yes.
Less than 5 minutes akushesha.
Ngaphansi nje kwemizuzu emihlanu, it was quick.
Yes. We were referring now to the time when the two suspects entered up until you left the kitchen.
Yes.
Yebo, sure.
And how was visibility at that stage when the
ukubonakala
incident occurred?
ukubonakala noma ke indlela yokubona noma ukukhanya ke kwakukanjani endlini nkathi isigameko losisenzela.
Hayi akakhanya indlela. The TV ayi on nama lights ayi on, kitchen kwaku on.
There was visibility in the house, the TV was on, the lights were on.
Mention in these proceedings has been made of a Netflix documentary produced by 1010 Films. Do you know anything about it?
Kukhulunyiwe ke lana kulecala njengoba bequlwa njena malana ne documentary ke ka Netflix ku 1010 Films khona kwaziyo ngayo.
Yebo kukhona.
Yes there is.
Yes.
Ngasho.
Documentary, I was approached by Ustan from the Stan, I think, or what's that number? Stan Putka Senzo.
I was approached by Stan. It's Senzo's brother. I think they got my numbers from Stan.
Bangitshela ke ngedocumentary abangathanda ukuthi ngibe kuyona bangichazela ukuthi kaSenzo so bese beyile kaSenzo as umngani baba director kumina
that they would like me to be a part of the documentary. They had gone to Senzo's family or place and they were told about me being Senzo's friend and they were directed to me.
And then base bangichazela ke i-reason ye-documentary nanokuthi izosiza kanjani nanokuthi bafuna ukudisplaya ukukhula kwaSenzo up until azayofika ku-PSL.
They then told me the purpose or the reason behind the documentary, that they would also like to as to how it was going to assist and also to just show how Senzo grew up to the level where he got to play in the PSL.
Nokuzwana ke kwethu ngoba bona babethi la babeya khona babe naka Pirates babatshela ukuthi umngani kaSenzo sasimazi wayijwayele ukuhlala naye ka kuyimina
that they had also visited Orlando Pirates, that is now the team. Also there they were informed about Senzo's friend that they knew about or that they know about who used to spend time with Senzo, that it was me.
And kuko konke lokho ke nganqaba ukuba kuyona i-documentary.
In all of that I refused to be a part of the documentary.
Kumina it was not a valid statement or valid way or valid nje kunafu ukuthi ngaba ku-documentary ngangathandi ukuba kuyona.
Kwangasiyona ke into ebambekayo kumina ukuthi ngaba ingxenye yayo. I didn't like to be a part of it.
Mainly because ngike ngaba ne bad experience before when it came to izinto ezifana nemedia kanje abantu abangicela kanje ukuthi ngibe kwinto ezosiza uSenzo kwagcina sekuyimina futhi umuntu omubi.
Mainly because I had a bad experience with regards to the media where I had also been approached in something that had to do with uSenzo and I ended up being the bad person.
Ba approach nomeli after sengiqabile okwesibili okwesithathu bangifikele ekhaya.
Okay. They then approached my legal representative the second time when I had refused, and then the third time they came to my parental house.
Kwafika usisi I think uThabile or uThobile owayi pregnant at that time naye futhi wangichazela and wangichazela ne reason yokuthi ababonzi ngaba documentary without ukuthi thina especially mina uSenzo ngibe umngani wakhe. But ngangathanda ngoba ngiyabazi ukuthi kuqala kube kuhle and then umuntu bese efuna ukubuza ngama details ayenzeke endlini for which ngangavumelekile ukuthi ngikhulume ngawo.
A lady who was pregnant at the time, Tabile or Tobile, approached me. She repeated, explained to me about the documentary and that it wouldn't be a documentary without us, and especially me, who was Senzo's friend. But then I knew that at the beginning or in the initial stages, it all is well, but then in the end, it will now go to the details where they will ask me about what had happened in the house. And I didn't go into that because I knew that I wasn't allowed to get into the merits.
Did you ever participate in the making of that documentary?
Ekwenziweni kwayo i-documentary waba yingxenye yini?
Nope, angikazi.
No, I never.
You have just mentioned that you had a bad experience with the media about the deceased Mr. Senzo Meyiwa. What are you referring to?
Ushilo ke noma uqeda ukusho ke manje ukuthi une bad experience nemedia mayela ke naloko okuhlanganisa uSenzo ubusugcina kuba wena umuntu umubi ukhuluma ngani?
There was a time la uStani futhi ibhuti kaSenzo weza ekhaya kumina ehamba no bhuti ekuthiwa or ekuthiwa uSoweto Mandlansi bengicela ukuthi ngibeke ibhuku laSenzo.
There was a time when I was approached by the very same gentleman who is Senzo's brother I referred to as Stan, who was in the company of Mandlana, Soweto Mandlana, where they were Mandlansi, where they wanted me to form part or to be a part of a book that they were to write about Senzo.
Kulokho ke bangithatha ubaba kaSenzo wayesaphila ngaya khona kaSenzo sahlala nobaba kaSenzo wangichazela ubaba kaSenzo ukuthi ibhuku angeke ize liqedeke if ngingekho uyacela nami ukuthi ngibe kuleli bhuku uyazi ukuthi kunzima but uyacela ukuthi ngibandla ngibe kulona leli bhuku ngoba bese ngifana nengane yakhona noSenzo befana nengane ekhaya.
We then went to Senzo's parental home, where Senzo's father was still alive at the time. Then Senzo's father then explained to me that the book wouldn't be complete without me being a part of it, and that to them I was now like a child to them.
Ngagcine ngivumileke ngoba ngangisengikhulume nobaba kaSenzo even though ngamtshela ukuthi kodwa egcileni uSenzo unaba nabanye abangani akungabe sengathi mina kuphela umngane wakho kunabangani abaningi esibaziyo nathi ngabanika namagama abangani.
I ended up agreeing because Senzo's father had spoken to me, but not without mentioning that, but I wasn't Senzo's only friend. Senzo had other friends as well, and I also gave them the names of those friends.
Okay, all in all ngakwenza ke ngayenza i-documentary but izinto engangiyikhuluma nezinto ayengibuza zona uSoweto mase seyisebhukini sekushintshile sekwenye into.
Okay, I ended up then doing the documentary, but then the things that I was saying, the things that I mentioned, and the questions that were posed to me by Soweto, when now the book had been written or was completed, now those things had now changed.
Egcine ekwalokho ke noba kangashiwo ngoyimina but ngangazi ukuthi kushiwo abanye abantu kodwa futhi akukho kanjalo so ngambhalela ngamdraftela ukuthi from chapter 1 up until chapter angazi ka ku chapter bani egcineni ngam underline ama key points izinto ayishilo ezirong azithi ishiwe yimina nezinto athi zishiwe abanye abantu ngimcorrecta khona lokho ukuthi akakulungise ibhuku lingakaphumi.
My Lord, I then pointed out certain things because those things from a certain chapter 1, I don't know which chapter, at the end, and also highlighted those that he had to rectify that he alleged to have been said by myself and other people before the publishing of the book.
Because ngangibona ukuthi ipublic izoba ne-information wrong but ke yena wagcina ngakwenzanga ke lokho wagcina ethi uzokwenza uyangizwa wagcina ngakwenzanga lokho waze walikhipha ibhuku la publishwa.
Because I could see that the public would then have this wrong information, and he then said to me that, okay, I hear what you're saying and I am going to do it. But he ended up not doing it, and the book was published without those being rectified.
For which ngabona ukuthi on his part waye wrong ngalokho ngoba ibhuku ade ngathatha 2 days ukulifunda. The 4th day ngamsendela yonke leyo nto kaku January ngimsendela ibhuku ezolipublisha month end ka February.
Okay, because my Lord, it took me about, that was wrong of him, and it took me about 2 days to read the book, and then on the 4th day I then sent him my consents. It was in January, and the book was going to be published at the month end of February.
Yeah, all in all wagcina ngakwenzanga lokho ngase ngimvulela icala lakhe for lokho.
All in all, he ended up not doing that, and I opened a case against him for that.
So ke Netflix ke kumina ngangasaboni ukuthi angasiboni isizathu sokuyenza noma bekuthiwa babengiheha kanjani ngangasiboni isizathu sokuyenza.
So same applies with the Netflix. I saw no reason to be a part of it, no matter how much they then asked me.
Yesterday, you described the assault that was perpetrated on you. Did you take any steps regarding the assault?
Izolo ushilo ke noma wakhuluma ke ngendlela owashaywa ngayo ingaba ikhona yini inyathelo owayithatha mayelana naloko kushaywa lokho?
Yebo zikhona.
Yes, there were.
Yes.
Ngabavulela icala.
I opened the case.
Ngavulela yena uThelezi lumama engilanda ekhaya no Makhubo
Against Buthelezi, the lady that fetched me at home, and Makhubo.
so icala la ngoba amacala amaphoyisa ngazi ukuthi aya kwi-IPD so ngaleso sikhathi ke bayisa kwi-IPD bafika
Because based on my knowledge, police related matters are referred to the IPD. Yebo.
i-IPD yafika I think kanye emsebenzini ngoba ngiyakhumbula abafika emsebenzini khona la nje ayifika khona emsebenzini bezothatha i-statement.
Visited me once at my workplace because I remember them coming to my workplace in taking statements.
Kakuyiphoyisa kakumama umuntu wesifazane nendoda nabo babethukile nje kuloko bachazela ukuthi kwenzekeni.
It was a female as well as a male, and they were also shocked when I was telling them as to what happened.
Base bathi bazoqhubeka nayo icase kodwa kuze kube imanje. Last year ngasafona sinomeli wami Mr Rogers ukubuza usafona twice sibuza ukuthi icase kanjani baze bangitshela ukuthi icase sishintshiwe isiko omunye investigating officer kodwa ngakaze bangitshele mina.
And then, my lord, they told me that they were going to proceed with the matter, but up until now, nothing has happened. And last year, myself and my legal representative, Mr. Rogers, contacted them, and then they informed us that now they changed investigating officer. The case was now with a different investigating officer.
So nalokho ke nje akuhlali kahle kumina ngoba shuthe amaphoyisa wona asiphethe.
That also doesn't sit well with me because we are under the police's control.
Thank you. You mentioned the deceased brother, whom you say it's Senzo Meyiwa. Did you see him during the period after the deceased was shot?
Ukhulumile ngomfowabo kaMufi uStan noma uStan. Ingaba ke emuva kokuthi uMufi wadutshulwa uke wambona?
Yebo ke ngambona kaningi.
Yes, many times.
But in that week, did you have contact with him in the week in which the deceased was?
Kuleliya viki leliyana ashona ngalo ke uMufi wambona yini?
Yebo.
Yes.
Can you just briefly describe the circumstances?
Awuchaze nje kafishane.
uSenzo washona kuyiSunday.
It was on a Sunday when Senzo passed away.
uStan wafika eGoli on a Tuesday.
And Stan arrived in Johannesburg on a Tuesday.
Ehamba no kwafana afike nobaba wakhe kwasho ukuthi ubaba ke wakunezinto eziningi ekufana zenze eThekwini nabantu ababefika kuyena.
He was supposed to come together with his father, but it so happened that the father had to attend to a lot of matters in Durban and also people that were coming to him.
Sorry. Wafika ehamba no Bongani. Khona umngane ethi kuthiwa uBongani.
He came with Bongani. We have a friend called Bongani.
Umlangeni. Ngakhumbula sabalanda balanda airport with the company I think yamaphoyisa.
Remember they were fetched at the airport together in the company of the police.
Because uSenzo ke sasisimuvile eButilong to a government mortuary which was Germiston if I'm not mistaken. Sahamba sayi Germiston to identify umzimba kaSenzo.
Because Senzo had been moved from Butilong to a government mortuary in Germiston, so we went to Germiston mortuary to identify Senzo's body.
Yes, thank you. That will be sufficient.
Okay.
finally, sir, you mentioned yesterday that you made a statement on the Monday. Did you make any other statements thereafter?
Ushilo izolo ukuthi kune-statement owasenza ngomsombuluko. Ingabe emuva kwalokho sikhona yini esinye i-statement owasenza?
Yebo zikhona statements. Zikhona.
Yes, they are.
Yes. Do you remember how many statements you have
Usakhumbula ukuthi
made?
ingaki?
Hayi ziningi.
Many.
Ziningi statement esingayengazenza yibo.
I made many statements.
And was it explained to you as to why you had to make all these statements?
Ingabachazela yini injongo noma inhloso yokuthi wenze i-statement eziningi?
Hayi angikhumbuli ngoba babefika kuthola ukuthi case biphethwe la bese kushintshile sekuyilabo babechaza babeqhama sebeyisho kanjalo abanye ukuthi ayisaphethwe i-phosphorus siphethwe ubani ayisekho kuphi sekubani bani manje fanele baqale baphansi bangazi ukuthi ngoba bangibuza imibuzo so baningi nje.
Explanations that they were giving is that the case is now no longer handled by this investigating team. The case is now no longer under phosphorus. It is now being referred to a certain place.
Thank you, my lord. These are the only aspects we wanted to take up with the witness.
Hello?
These are the only
Okay.
aspects we wanted to take up with the
Thank you. Yes, sir. Any cross on behalf of number 1 and 2?
Indeed, my lord, I'm indebted. Morning, Mr. Thwala.
Morning sir.
Now, in order for us to go forward, let me go back a bit. Your testimony is that on the 25th of October 2014, you spent the night over at Kelly Kumalo's and Senzo's place of residence in Malbatin, correct?
Ushilo ukuthi kubusuku obungaphambili kulanga elingaphambili kwaleli sigameko nge-25 wawuleli khona ke eMalbatin la kuhlala khona uSenzo noKelly.
Yebo.
Yes.
Kunjani?
That's correct.
And the people that slept at that place were yourself, Senzo Meyiwa, Kelly Kumalo, and Zandile Kumalo, correct?
Yilabo ababizayo abantu ababeleli khona lapha eMalbatin, angithi?
Yebo.
Correct.
And before you went to bed, were you at some stage during that evening accompanied by other people in that household?
Ngaphambilini kokuthi niyolala ingaba babe khona yini abanye abantu ababe khona lapho ngaphambi kokuthi niyolala?
Yebo
Yes,
babekhona.
they were.
Explain the circumstances around you meeting those people and perhaps if you know them and their agendas.
Awuchazeke ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani ke ukuthi uhlangane nalabo bantu labo nokuthi futhi kwaku abantu kwaku abesilisa abesifazane.
Kakuwe wesilisa nowesifazane angizange ngize ngikhulume nabo angizange ngababona kodwa angizange ngize ngibe ne-interaction nabo bemele futhi bahamba bona so angizange ngize ngibabone nje yazi kodwa ukuthi kakuwumuntu wesilisa nomuntu wesifazane.
It was a male and a female. I never interacted with them. I just saw them standing there and then they left.
What I want to get at, and I'm just polishing on this point, is that was the male person that you saw that night Longwe Thwala?
Engifuna nje ukwazi ukuthi leyo muntu lowo wesilisa kwakuLongwe Thwala.
Hayi angikhumbuli ngifuna uqama ngikhumbuli ngacathi ngangizobona ukuthi kakuyena ngoba ngakusasa ngambona so angazi angikhumbula nje ngikhuluma naye nje bengisho waye kude kunami.
I don't remember and I also think that if it was him I would have been able to recall because I saw him the following day, but I don't remember, I don't know, and as I said that he was at a distance from me and I never spoke to him.
Okay, let's now move to the incident of the 26th of October 2014. Your testimony is that in the morning of that day, you, Kelly Kumalo, Senzo Meyiwa, and Zandile were supposed to go to a party of Roy Mahamudza's, correct?
ushilo ukuthi labantu ababalile kwakufanele ukuthi niye ephathini kaRoy.
Yebo.
Yes.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, is that you did not arrive at that venue, correct?
Kodwa ke anizange nize niyofika ke khona.
Yebo,
Yes.
qiniso leyo.
Now, Zandile Khumalo testified in this matter, and on this aspect, she testified as follows: that indeed you went to that venue where the go-karting event was going to be as part of Roy Mahamudza's party.
Ngoba ke ubufakazi uZandile uthe naya ke la i-go-karting yayizoba khona ke kulungiselela yona ke iphathi kaRoy Mahamudza.
And when you got to that venue, Senzo Meyiwa got out of the car, and it is when that they realized that the preparations for the party were not ready, and thereafter you then went to Dorothy Nyembe Park.
Uma nifika khona lapho ke wase uSenzo ehlake emotweni ila khona ke kwatholakala khona ke ukuthi cha ukulungiselela yona ke iphathi leyo kwangekaqedwa nase nihamba ukusuka lapho niya eDorothy Nyembe Park.
Angikwazi mina ukusho lokho kwaZandi, angazi kodwa engikushoyo mina ukuthi azange size sifike kwiphathi.
I cannot say that which is said by Zandi, I don't know, but what I'm saying is that we never reached the venue of the
Njengoba
party.
ngishilo ukuthi sangena kwinto engathi mall or complex, sangena eWimpy, sathenga ukudla, sasuka from eWimpy sa drive back to Soweto.
As I said that we drove into some sort of a center or a mall, we went to Wimpy, we bought food and we drove to Soweto.
Asikaze sifike nje lapho.
We never reached the venue.
Now, at that venue, Dorothy Nyembe Park, your testimony is that you were made to sit in a tent in a VIP section, correct?
Ushilo ukuthi nanhlezi ethendeni ku VIP section.
Yebo ngisho kanjalo.
Yes, I said so.
Ngisho lokho.
That's true.
In that VIP section, did you drink alcohol that day at Dorothy Nyembe Park?
Kuleya VIP section eDorothy Nyembe ngabe naphuza utshwala ngalela la.
Cha.
No.
Now, your testimony is that after Kelly Khumalo and Zandile Khumalo had finished their performances, you then decided to leave Dorothy Nyembe Park, correct?
Masebeqedile ke bona bobabini nase ni hamba ke eDorothy Nyembe.
Yebo.
Yes.
And you drive to your hometown, which is Katlehong. What was the purpose thereof?
Naya kini Katlehong kwakuyini injongo yalokho?
Akukuthi mina ngoba ngangishuthi ngisagqoka impahla ezodwa from izolo ngangizosala ngoba kangahlangani nje izinto sasilwe sifonela sasingahlangani, so ngangizosala mina ngazi ukuthi ngiyasala.
It was to leave me there because I was still wearing the same clothes that I was wearing the previous day, and the plans were just not coming together, so I was going to be left behind.
And did you eventually got dropped off at home?
Wasebekshiyaka?
Yebo.
Yes.
And your testimony is that after some time, Senzo Meyiwa calls you again to say, where are you? You tell him that you are at home, and he says he's coming to pick you up because they are going to fetch Tumelo Madlala, correct?
Kamuva uSenzo wakufonela kubuza ukuthi ukuphi, wathi usekhaya, wathi uyabuya uzokulanda niyolanda uTumelo.
Yebo wangifonela wangibuza ukuthi ngikuphi.
Yes.
Ngathi mina ngila endlini. Wathi ayishintsha ntwana sami.
Yes. Asked me where I was. I said I was at home. Change. Let's go.
Wathi asambe solo. Ngathi mina ibusiyapho, sathi asambe solanda uTumelo. La ngitshela khona ngoTumelo. Bangitshela over the phone ngoTumelo.
I wanted to know where we were going. That's where he told me about Tumelo. It was over the phone when he informed me about Tumelo.
Roughly after how many minutes after dropping you off did he call you about this aspect of going to pick up Tumelo Madlala?
Kwakusemva kwesikhathi esingakanani ekushiyile kini ngathi manje sekufonela ke ukuthi asamsolanda uTumelo.
Hey kakukushesha kakhulu. Mhlawumbe 2 minutes, 3 minutes lapho nje.
Maybe 2-3 minutes, very quick.
Now you've testified as well that you know Tumelo Madlala. What is the nature of your relationship with him? Is he an acquaintance? Is he a best friend? Is he a close friend? What's your relationship?
Ushilo ukuthi uyamazi uTumelo, uyamazi njengombona, umjwayele noma umngani wakho?
uTumelo akeke ngisho ukuthi umngani wami.
I wouldn't say he's my friend.
Ngimazi through uSenzo.
I know him through
Senzo. So uSenzo sometimes when mayeze kumina uthola uhlapize kumina emlazi ka AA suka ka K uhamba noTumelo.
I know him.
Sasabangani. Ngiyacathi wayina inamba yami nami nganginaye yakhe but sasingabona abangani sasingahlangani if uSenzo engekho.
We were not friends. He had my number, I had his number. I knew him through Senzo because he was Senzo's friend. You would find when Senzo was coming to visit me at the AA section in Umlazi, coming from the K section, he would come in the company of Tumelo. And we would never get together, myself and Tumelo, without Senzo.
In your evidence in chief, you testified that Makumalo and perhaps, you'll clarify that one for me, and perhaps Zandile Kumalo were using Tumelo Madala's crutches to assault the assailants or the suspect in the house, correct?
Uzosho ke uma ngenza iphutha kodwa ushilo ukuthi ke uMakhumalo kanye naye uZandile babesebenzisa wona ama-crush kaTumelo ukushaya abasola laba ababili ababesendlini.
Yebo ngishilo lokho.
That's correct.
Now from that aspect of your version, that will lead me to deduce that Tumelo Madala was carrying an injury of some sort, correct?
Okusho ke ukuthi uTumelo wayelimele.
Yebo wayelimele.
Yes.
Can you perhaps from your physical outward observation of Tumelo, what was the nature of that injury?
Ngendlela owumbona ngayo ke kwakuyini le noma wayelimele kanjani?
Noma ngasakhumbuli kahle but wayelimele angazi noma ilimala ubhozo umsebenzini noma ilimele but wayengaphukile kangakona ukulimala ukuthi uphukile akakwazi ukuhamba wayekwazi ukuhamba without even ama crushes wayelimale I think ubhozo or read maswafaka leyo casting kodwa kahle kodwa injury yakhe kangona injury enkulu.
It wasn't a major injury. I think it was at work where he got injured and it was his big toe, and it was not a situation where that he was broken or he had broken a leg or because he could even walk without the crutches.
And now you pick up Tumelo Madala from a highway somewhere in Spruitview or Fosloras, and then you proceed to Makumalo's house, correct?
Yes.
Before we went somewhere before going to Fosloras.
So there was a detour to go and buy alcohol drinks before you went to Makumalo's house, correct?
Yebo.
Yes.
I mean, the point is neither here nor there, but Zandile Khumalo testified that from picking up Tumelo Madala, you proceeded straight to her house, and when you arrived at her house, you realized that you hadn't bought alcohol. Then it is then that you went back to buy alcohol, but nothing turns on that. You may comment if you want.
Uma ngaba ukuthi ke uyafisa ukuthi uphawule kuloko ungaphawulaki kodwa ke akukho nje okuningi kuloko ukuthi nje uZandile yena kwabakho ubufakazi uthe nahamba uma seniqeda ke uthatha uTumelo naya kibo eFosloras kodwa ke manifika lapho ke ngikaphumi nophuma emotweni nabona ukuthi aninazi iphuzo nahamba ke naya kwindawo athe uZandile uma ichaza kuKwakhwembu's tavern nayothenga khona ke utshwala.
I
don't remember it like that.
Now, with respect to the alcohol that was bought at the tavern, let's talk about the kinds of alcohol. We saw on the photos during Zandile Khumalo's testimony, we only saw a can of Heineken and a can of Guarana, but you say you also consumed Hunter's Gold, correct?
Kuyithombe siyibonileke lana sibone nje isithombe se Heineken nese Guarana kodwa wena ke ubufakazi bakho uthi wena waphuza iHunter's Gold.
Yebo.
Yes, that's true.
And specifically for you, the Hunter's Gold that you drank, how many quantities were bought for you?
Kwakuthengwe noma wawuthengelwe ama Hunter's Gold amangaki wena?
6.
Okay. Now, you go to Makhumalo's house, and now in the car, it's yourself, Kelly Khumalo, Zandile Khumalo, and Tumelo Madala, and Senzo, of course, correct?
Yibo bonke laba abantu ababesendlini laba ababizayo manje.
Babesendlini noma
No, in the car as you travel to Makhumalo's.
Oh, endleleni eya kwaMakhumalo. Yes.
Yebo.
Yes.
And at Makhumalo's, you find her plus the 2 children belonging to Kelly Khumalo, correct?
Nasenthola yena umama endlini kanye nabantwana abawu2 bakaKelly.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, let's move forward, and I'm not going to crack your head with the time that Longwe arrived before, because the phone records show that he arrived at Makhumalo's place at just before 7, exactly at 18:57 p.m. That will be correct according to your recollection, correct?
Ukhumbula ngokwama phone records ke bathi uLongwe wafika lapha yana nje phambi ko7 noma imizuzu 3 phambi ko7 nawe uma ukhumbula ngaba yileso sikhathi.
Ngasho ukuthi ngaba yisona nje bengishilo ukuthi wafika seliphelile ibhola sekuqala sekumnyama.
I would say that it would be around that time. As I said that the game was done. We were done watching the game and it was dark.
And what was Longwe Thwala's demeanor when he got to Makhumalo's house?
Waye kanjani ke noma isimo sakhe kuLongwe sase kanjani ke uma efika kwaMakhumalo?
Ukuthi Longwe angimazi. So ngeke ngize ngikwazi ukuthi ngichaze ukuthi waye njani ngoba angimazi ngangiqala ukumbona.
The thing is, I don't know Longwe, so I'm in no position to describe his demeanor. I saw him for the first time, or I was seeing him for the first time.
I'm asking you this in the context that we are all Africans. If I get into a house, whether I know you or not, the first thing that I'll do is to greet. I'm talking in the context of your testimony yesterday when you say you don't recall Longwe greeting you, but specifically you remember him and Senzo Meyiwa greeting each other. Is that correct?
Mkhumbo, lokho ngeke ngikhulunyiswa into yokuthi ke sonke ke singama Africa. Siyazi ukuthi umuntu engena emzini umuntu uyabingelela, kodwa wena kushilo ukuthi awumkhumbule ebingelela, kodwa ke yena noSenzo babingelelana.
Yebo, qinisile ngishilo ngathi mina ngikhumbule ebingelela. Mina mhlawumbe khona ongangiphikisa athi wabingelela, but mina personally angikhumbuli ebingelela.
Yes, I said so that
But
I
yeah,
personally don't remember or don't recall him greeting, but someone else might come and dispute that, but I'm referring to myself. But him and Senzo.
But when it comes to yena noSenzo ngababona ngoba babingelelana. Ngazi ngoba mina ngabuza uSenzo ukuthi ubani umjida.
I saw the two of them, him and Senzo, greeting each other because I could see them greeting each other. I then asked Senzo, who is this guy?
Okay. And on that one, you anticipated my next question. On that one, when you asked Senzo, who's this guy, did he say it's his name, or did he give the name and the relation to a certain person in the house?
Uma ubuzo Senzo ukuthi ubani lo mjidi, wakunikeza igama lakho mekuphendula noma wamhlanganisa nomuntu othize owayekhona lapho endlini? Wakunika igama lakhe noma wathi wamhlanganisa nomuntu olapha endlini?
Ngathi ngathi washo wangitshela nokuthi ubani lo muntu ukuthi washo ukuthi umjida kaZandi.
He said that it's I think he told me who the guy is and also told me that it was Zandi's guy.
Ngoba ngabona lapho ukuthi umjida kaZandi, ngabona futhi ukuthi uhlele eceleni kwakhe shothi hayi umuntu wakhe, but ke ngaqiqhubekela neindaba zethu sasikhuluma.
Because I could see that indeed it was Zandi's guy because he even sat next to Zandi, but we then proceeded with the conversation that we're having.
Now, on a question that was touched by my learned friend, Advocate Baloyi, I just want clearance on that one. How long after Longwe's arrival did the two suspects then arrive in the house?
Kwakusemuva kwesinkathi esingakanani ke uLongwe engenile ukufika noma ungena ke kwalabasola ababili endlini.
Boningi okwenzeka after uLongwe ngenile.
A lot happened after Longwe came in.
Wayesangaphandle, so i-duration angeke ngize ngikwazi mhlawumbe futhi ngi-estimate kahle ngoba nathi saphumela ngaphandle sayobhema. Wayengaphakathi uLongwe ngesenza konke lokho.
Because Senzo was outside where that happened, and we even went out to go and smoke and when Longwe was inside the house.
Now, let's talk about the two suspects arriving. And you say the first suspect to arrive was the one carrying a firearm, correct?
Ushilo ukuthi oqala kulama suspects amabili ke ukungena wayephethe isibhamu.
Yebo kunjalo.
That's correct.
And this firearm from the first suspect, was it immediately upon entry pointed at the people in the house, or how was it held as he entered the house?
Lesi sibhamu lesi ke ingabe wathi nje uma engena endlini wase ekhomba ngaso abantu abaphakathi endlini noma owayesibambe kanjani?
Engingakusho ukuthi njengoba ngisho ukuthi ukungena kwakhe wangena emva kwakhela ngithi. So uma engena uKelly ebaleka eqhubeka mina ngakhuluma ukuthi ngangibuka uSenzo.
Okay, as I said that he came in, or as he came in, he was behind Kelly, and Kelly ran, and then he proceeded, and then at that moment I looked at Senzo, yebo,
ngase ngibuka yena ngabona ukuthi isibhamu lesi.
and then I looked at
ngikhombile ukuthi angene wayesiwalvila ngazochaza kanjani, but wawusibona ukuthi isibhamu, but hayi ukuthi kakhona umuntu directly amkhombile ngaso.
then looked at him and saw that this is a firearm. Not that he had pointed it at a particular individual or person, but sort of swerved it, but I don't know how to describe that, but was swerving it. But I could see that it was a firearm.
And just for brevity's sake, you see this first suspect with a firearm standing next to, remember from the pictures, next to the passage in the vicinity of the heater. Is that correct?
Umbona noma onkathi umbona ume lapha epassage eduze nala okhombe khona ukuthi kwakune heater khona.
Yebo.
Yes.
But at some stage, or at any stage during that incident of him with the firearm, did he at any stage point it at the people in the house?
Ngabe sikhona yini isikhathi la lesi sibhamu lesi ayekhombe ngaso abantu laba ababephakathi endlini?
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi angeke ngize ngisho ukuthi khona umuntu ayimkhombile, ngiyacatha ngeke azakhomba abantu aba6 ngesikhathi esisodwa. So obviously my khomba kuzofanele akhomba umuntu. So njengoba ngisho ukuthi wayi12 isibhamu akekho umuntu directly ayemkhomba, but ngasibhamu sabonakala kumina ngasibona base sinaka right.
There is no way that you would be able to point 6 people at the same time or at once. So if he was pointing, he would have been pointing to a particular person. But as I said, that he was swerving it, and I saw the firearm.
Then your testimony is that that first suspect then demands money and cell phones from the people in the house, correct?
Wasefuna imali nama cell phones.
Yebo.
Yes.
In what language was that demand
Ngaluphi
for
ulimi?
money and cell phones made?
Le ngicela ukuthi ngichaze kahle.
May I explain that well?
Iyakuthi. Umuntu owangena endlini wafuna money and cell phones, which is igama lesi ngisi.
Bambela Pok. The person that came into the house said money and cell phones, which is English.
Kodwa ukusho kwakhe wakusho ngesizulu.
But in saying it, he said it in isiZulu.
Suthu. But
Suthu.
la ngiya khona mangifaka uSuthu ngokusho ngoba lento yenzeka eGoli.
Okay. But my inclusion of the isiSotho language, I'm saying that because we are in Gauteng.
Angisho ukuthi wayekhuluma ngesisuthu ukuthi isiZulu somuntu wasemlazi nesizulu somuntu wasenkandla nquthu nesizulu somuntu wasekatlehong asifani isizulu esisodwa kodwa.
Okay. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that the person said in isiSotho, but isiZulu spoken by someone from Nkandla, Nquthu, Mlazi, as well as isiZulu spoken by someone from Katlehong is not the same, but it's all isiZulu.
So ngime lapho.
That's where I'm standing. I'm pausing.
So it's I don't even going to belabor that point. It's a matter of accent.
Pronunciation.
Accent pronunciation, you can say so.
And in which hand was that firearm held by the first suspect when he entered the house?
Isibhamu lesi ke sasiphethwe kusiphi isandla?
Right.
Right.
And besides those words, the demands, cell phones and money, did he use any swear word or an expletive?
Ayikhona yini inhlamba eyasetshenziswa kulo cell phones and money? No, I can't remember.
And what was the tone of his voice like when he made that demand?
Tone ye voice ye noma iphimbo lakhe noma voice yakhe ke ayikanjani inkathi esho lokho? I don't understand you.
Was it an aggressive, loud tone, or was it a gentle tone, like you are saying, cell phones and money?
Ukhuluma ngalendlela okusho ngayo na cell phones and money noma ukusho umbono ukuthi lo muntu lona uxabene ulwile uaggressive.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngingasho ukuthi aggressive noma ke aggressive mhlawumbe uzoba derogatory angazi but again umuntu owafuka wathi hey mafoni wakusho nje yena kahle ngakusho so zoba in between aggressive and soft tone.
I was
but obviously umuntu ayifuna into la engayone yakhe so wayengekaza ahleke vele.
I was between aggressive and soft tone because he said it and I could hear it and could hear that this was someone who wanted something that wasn't his, so there's no way that the person would be laughing.
Now, as he makes those demands for cell phones and money, did anyone from the house respond verbally to that demand?
Kulabo ke ababesendlini ukhona yini owaphendula kuloko?
Cha.
No.
Now, would I be correct to say that when you saw the firearm, like you said, you could see now with the firearm that the situation is serious from your earlier perception that this was a joke, but when you saw the firearm, then you knew the seriousness of the situation. Were you scared at that time?
Ushilo ukuthi ngaphambilini wacabanga ukuthi ijoke kodwa ke musubona ke isibhamu uyabona khona ukuthi ku serious lokho ingaba lo ngaleso sikhathi ke manje uma ke usufikelela kulokho ukuthi ku serious manje ngaba wawusaba yini?
Yebo ngisaba.
Yes, I was scared.
And would it be correct to say also that you testified that you entered into a trauma mode and you were shocked as well?
We took the foot.
Yebo.
Yes.
And also that the events that were transpiring were happening at lightning speed pace.
Nokuthi kwenzeka ngokusheshsha.
Yebo.
Yes.
Had you previously seen these two suspects that entered the house prior to the events of the 26th of October 2014?
Ngaphambilini laba bangena lapha yana.
Abantu kanjani?
Owake wababona noma kwakuukuthi wawuqala babona ngaleli langa noma wake wababona ngaphambilini?
Ngibazi ngiqala.
No, I don't know them. I saw them for the first time.
And then you say that the first suspect had a firearm. From which angle did you see the firearm from relative to where he was standing in that vicinity of the arc and the heater?
The angle of the firearm?
Yes.
Uma usibona isibhamu usibona yipi part noma ubona lokhu uhlangothi lwesibhamu uma ngabe usibona?
Relative to where you were seated on the couch, according to the sitting arrangements that you described yesterday. Yes, for example, did you see only the front part as it swelled, whatever term you used, or on the side of the firearm?
I would say that I saw a little bit of the front part.
And do you recall what color was that firearm?
No.
Now, before these two suspects entered, what were you paying attention to, or what were you doing before they entered, in the immediate period before they entered?
Ngaphambilini kokuthi nje bangene yini owawubhizi ngayo noma wawubhekeni noma yini nje owangathi wawubheke yona noma
Sasibuka mina ngangibuka uKelly ngoba khona into eyaye describe or engathi ngizothini khona into ayenza kodwa ngesonto engilisho kodwa khona dance move ayenza yesonto thizeni.
I was looking at Kelly. There's something that she was describing, demonstrating about a certain church, which I am not going to mention.
Did you notice the first suspect then when you didn't see him actually entering through the kitchen door? You only saw him at the ark where he was standing. Would I be correct?
Awumbonanga uma engena lo woqala umbone nje uma sesemva koKelly.
Yebo.
Yes.
And then the second suspect, where did you initially see him for the first time?
Uma ngabe uqala ukumbona lo wesibili ke yena umbona ekuphi nendawo?
Ngesikhathi sekusukunya senginami ngiyolanda ifoni la mangithatha ifoni yami la ngibona khona ukuthi awukhona nomuntu wesibili ngesikhathi sebebhushelana ngase.
When we were standing up and then I was on my way to go and take my phone, I then realized, oh, there is a second person and now they are pushing each other towards the kitchen.
And where did you see him?
Umbona
the second
ekuphi nendawo?
suspect?
Ngimbona ngale ngakwi-ark.
On the other side in the ark.
So that will be in the hallway or in the kitchen, specifically where?
Khona lapho epassage leyo noma ekitchen.
Ngingasho ukuthi between i-ark le ngishoyo nekamero leli ikamero la uKelly wabaleka wangena khona.
Between the ark and the bedroom where Kelly ran into, or which Kelly ran into.
Now, you're talking about Kelly running into a bedroom that is opposite the kitchen. Did you see the second suspect following after or pursuing Kelly to that bedroom?
Ushilo ukuthi uKelly wabe sengena kulelo kamera. Ngabe wambona yini lo wesibili uma ngabe esesukela ke uKelly noma egijimisa uKelly? No.
Now, also because you can't speak for somebody else, but I'll put it out there for the sake of record purposes. Zandile Khumalo testified in this matter, and with respect to that aspect of Kelly Khumalo running to that bedroom, she said that the second suspect as well followed or ran after Kelly, and Kelly managed to get into the bedroom, and the second suspect was trying to push the door open in which Kelly had run. Did you see
Kuba
that?
ubufakazi uZandile uthe uma ngabe uKelly esebaleka kulelo kamera ke lo wesibili ke naye wabe sesukela ke uKelly futhi ke uma efika lapho ke ephusha ke isicapha leso ukuthi sivuleke wakubona yini lokho?
Hayi mina ngeke ngize ngikhulume kakhulu ngalokho ngikwazi.
I won't say much about that. I don't know.
Now you've spoken about visibility and illumination. I won't take you up on that one. But outside, let's talk about the outside without ambient lighting. Was there ambient lighting or was it dark outside?
Ngaphandle ke ubusukhulumile ngaphakathi endlini ngeke ngikubuze ngalokho. Ngaphandle ke kwakukanjani ke kwakumnyama noma kwakhanya ngaphandle?
Hayi kangekho mnyama ngibona sasome endaweni emnyama.
It wasn't dark. I don't see us. I would not imagine us standing in a dark place.
Now you testified as well that the second suspect was armed with an object that looked like a knife, a sharp object looking like a knife, correct?
Ushilo ukuthi lo wesibili ke naye ke noma wayephethe into ebuka engathi ummese.
Yebo.
Yes.
And let's be clear on that one, and I'm going to press you on that one. You know what a knife looks like, correct?
Angithi uyawazi ummese ukuthi ukanjani?
Yebo.
Yes.
And something that is anti-knife, that is not a knife. You'll know that this is not a knife, correct?
Into engasiyona ummese uyazi ukuthi lokhu akusiwona ummese.
Yebo.
Yes.
So that object, was it a knife or was it not a knife?
Manje ke lokho wayekuphethe kwakummese noma kwakungasiwona ummese?
Ummese.
A knife.
Was it a knife?
A knife.
But in your evidence in chief yesterday, you vacillated and you moved more towards that the object was not a knife. Did I understand you correctly?
And the witness has only said he says sharp object that looked like a knife.
Yeah, this is it. Let's move on, my lord. We're not going to belabor that point. And in which hand was the suspect holding that knife then?
Ephethe kwisiphi isandla lokho okwakubukeka ngathi ummese.
Hayi angisakhumbuli ke number 2.
I can't remember number 2.
And how far was the second suspect when you observed him holding the knife?
Ngathi umbona ephethe ummese lona wayekude kangakanani?
Noma ngeke ngize ngikwazi ukudescribe ukuthi wayekude kangakanani. Ngoba nangesikhathi esephume ngijaha ngamphendula ngisingangimbona ngoba ngesikhathi ngijomba concrete wawubona nayifuna ukujomba odakajombanga ngangubona nalapho ummese uthi usawuphethe.
Although I won't be able to say as to how far, but even at the time when he was chasing me, there was a time when I looked back and when I jumped, I could see that he also wanted to jump, but he didn't jump, and I saw that he still had the knife.
Now, in the context of the scuffle that you described, I'll come to that in some detail, but with respect to this knife in the hand of the second suspect, what did he do with that knife regarding the incident as a whole?
Kwisigameko noma nkathi isigameko senzeka ke yini awayenza ke yena ngalommese awayewuphethe?
Angeke ngize angazi ukuthi wenzani.
I don't know what he did.
Njengoba ngishilo ukuthi number 2 yebo ngambona angilanga kakhulu kuyena.
As I said that sorry.
Yeah, so angeke ngize ngazi ukuthi wenzani or akenza ngani ngommese.
As I said that yes, I saw number 2, but I didn't focus on him, so I wouldn't know as to what it is that he did or didn't do with the knife.
Now, I like your frankness on that aspect regarding the second suspect. Did the second suspect, because you said the first suspect verbally demanded money and cell phones, did the second suspect express or say anything during the entire incident?
Ngiyathanda ke ukushoyo ke noma indlela neqiniso ngayo mayelana nalo wesibili. Nanjengoba ushilo ke ngaphambilini ukuthi lo woqala ke wafuna imali kanye nama cell phones. Ingabe ukhona ke okwashiwo ilo wesibili?
Hayi cha.
No, nothing.
And during
I don't remember. I don't remember.
And during the entire incident, did the first and the second suspect communicate amongst each other?
Kona konke lokho kwakwenzeka ke laba babili abangena ingaba babekhuluma yini noma bakhulumisana yini?
Hayi abakhulumisana nathi singakhulumi ngayithini.
They didn't speak to each other because we were not speaking
to each other.
My lord, at this stage would be an appropriate opportunity to take the short adjournment.
Okay. Yeah, Where's the witness?
Mr. Thwala.
As the court pleases, my lord. Now, Mr. Thwala, I want to move on to a different aspect of your testimony, which is the description of the two suspects that entered the house on the 26th of October 2014.
Ngifuna ke manje ungidaba ke lobufakazi bakho ukuchaza kwakho ke uchaza labo abangena ke endini ngalelo langa la nge-26 zika October 2014.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, the first suspect that entered the house, what was his height?
Owokuqala ke owangena endlini ke i-height yakhe yayithini?
Noma ngeke ngize ngikwazi ukuchaza specific ukuthi height yayithini kodwa wayengekho mude nje. Wayethanda mamfishanyana.
Although I won't be able to give his height exactly or precisely, but he wasn't taller, he was a bit shorter.
What about his complexion?
Ibala lakhe?
Not dark, not light, in between.
Wayengekho dark, engekho mpofu phakathi nje maphakathi nje nendawo.
If you say in the middle, will he be what we colloquially say somebody is coffee color? Is that what you meant to say, that he's in between?
Uma uthi ke in between iloko achaza ngokuthi ke coffee color.
Coffee ithanda uba mnyama.
Coffee is a bit darkish, maybe cappuccino, I don't know.
Coffee ithanda uba mnyama.
Coffee is a bit too dark.
Yeah, I mean coffee with milk.
And the witness is right.
It is, my lord. It is. But you know, my lord, in the country they say coffee color, and we know what
he
is.
drinks cappuccino.
But it's right, cappuccino, yes. So that one, yes. With milk.
TikTok, yes. TikTok.
Now I'm gonna be on TikTok now because of you.
And then what about his facial features?
Ama facial features wona.
Engakusho ukuthi he had high cheeks. Ne-chin nje.
And just the chin.
Namehlo not too big, not too small, just average eyes.
The eyes awangekho makhulu engekho mancane, just
Average eyes.
Okay, amehlo nje aphakathi nendawo.
And then you mentioned something about the chin. I didn't get that.
Ichin bo ngazi ukuchazela kanjani kodwa ukuthi ama-chins ahlukana khona ebaphakathi yena yakhe nje yayi kanje longish.
It was just longish because chins differ.
And are those the only descriptors that you can give of this first suspect?
Ungamchaza nje kuphelele nje indlela ungamchaza ngayo lo wokuqala.
When it comes to a face ngisho lokho.
When it comes to the face, yes, I would say that.
What about the clothing that he was wearing on the night in question?
Wayegqokeni ngalelo langa?
If ngikhumbula kahle ngathi kakuyi jacket jersey, yeah.
If I remember well, the jacket jersey, yes.
Now you and I are at Edem that you cannot describe the second suspect. The only thing that you identified was the hoodie that he was wearing, correct?
Mina nawe ke siyavumelana ke ukuthi lo wesibili ke awukho kusimo sokuthi ungamchaza ke ukuphela nje kwento ichazayo noma ishoyo ngayo ukuthi wayifake ihoodie.
Yebo.
Also describe the height.
Yes. He also described, sorry, Mr. Balwe.
The height, my lord.
Okay, let's go to the height. What was his height? The second one, my good sir.
He was tall.
And then the color of the hoodie that he was wearing, what was it?
Umbala wehoodie awayifakile.
Noma ngasakhumbula kahle but it was a dark color.
Although I can't remember properly, but it was a dark color kwakuumbala ke omnyama or dark.
And how was he wearing that hoodie? Was he wearing it with the hooded part covering his head and part of his face or with the hood down.
Ihudi lena ke uyayimboze ikhanda leli kanye nobuso noma ihudi wayengayifakile ekhanda.
Hayi wayifakile ekhanda uma ngabona kanjalo ukuthi ihudi.
It was covering his head. That's how I could see that it was a hoodie.
And just so that we don't understand each other, and Mr. Baloyi stands up now and then, would it be fair to say that you cannot identify the second suspect?
Ngabe ke ngisho kona ke uma ngithi ke lo wesibili ke yena ke awukwazi nje ukuthi ungamchaza.
Yebo ngicabanga ukuthi bengiye ngakusho nami lokho ukuthi ngabanzima ukuthi ngimchaze.
Yes, I think I said
indlela engimchaza ngayo manje.
Okay, I said it that I think I said it that I won't be able to describe him. I'm just describing him in the manner which I just did now.
Now, your version is that Longwe Thwala stands up, approaches the first suspect, pushes him away or off, then he runs out of the kitchen door. Correct?
Uthi ke kubufakazi bakho wasesukuma uLongwe wayanqoke kulona ke owoqala ususpect wamphushela eceleni wabulongwe segijima ke phuma ngomnyango wase kitchen.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you please, if you can, demonstrate that pushing action exactly on the body where Longwe pushed the first suspect?
Uma ungachaza noma utshengiseke lendlela ke uLongwe awamphusha ngayo usebenzisa ke umzimba kodwa emzimbeni amphusha kanjani ke uLongwe ephusha lo woqala.
Angeke ngize ngikwazi ukuchaza lokho ukuthi wamphusha kanjani kodwa nje bengisho ukuthi wamphusha kuphi ke kuzoba difficult ukuthi ngichaze manje after 9 years lokho. Umphusha bamphusha wathi wadlula.
I won't be able to describe that to do that after 9 years it will be difficult. He pushed him and he went past him.
Just so that we don't labor the point, did he push him on the torso or on the lower body?
Wasebenzisa la ngaphezulu emzimba noma upper body lena noma la ngenzansi emzimbeni.
Upper body.
Upper body. Mphusha la ngaphezulu emzimbeni.
And as Longwe stands up and approaches the first suspect to push him, what was the position of the firearm in the first suspect's hands?
Nkathi uLongwe sukuma eya kuyena isibhamu wayesiphethe kanjani ke ngalesi sikhathi?
Nalapho futhi ngeke ngize ngisho ukuthi wayesiphethe kanjani kodwa isibhamu wayesiphethe.
Even there I won't be able to tell as to how or what the position of the firearm was, but he had the firearm.
And as he is pushed, that is the first suspect, what then happens to him? Is he pushed to the ground, against the wall, against the couches? Where was he pushed?
Umphushele edongeni, umuyisa phansi noma umphushele emakhawuchini?
Ngingasho ukuthi towards the wall.
I would say towards the wall noma umphushela ngasodongeni.
And then what happens to the first suspect as he's pushed towards the wall? Does he trip and fall? Does he stumble back? What was?
Kwenzekani ngaye ke uyawa ke maphushela edongeni noma kwenzekani?
Ngiyacabanga mhlawumbe umuntu mekuphusha uthi ukuluza ibalance kancane. So mhlawumbe ngingakusho lokho noma ngingeke ngize ngigxile kakhulu ngoba after eqeda kumphusha la kwase kusukuma khona wonke umuntu. So ngesikhathi kusukuma wonke umuntu ngiyasitheka ke nami la ngoba usenzwe eseceleni kwami.
I think that when you get pushed you sort of lose the balance a little bit. So I think that's what happened, and when that happened, that's when everyone then stood up and then my view was obscured.
And at that stage, when the pushing happens between the first suspect and Longwe Thwala, where was the second suspect?
Ngalesikhathi ke kwenzeka lokho phakathi kaLongwe nalowo oqala lo wesibili kuphi nendawo?
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi wayengemuva kwakhe noma ngambona nje bengisho ukuthi mina ngambona ngesikhathi sesisukuma. So ngesikhathi emphusha ngangakamboni vele suspect.
At the time when I think that he was behind him because at the time when Longwe was pushing him wasn't able to see him. I only saw him when we stood up.
Now before Longwe Thwala pushed the first suspect, did you hear any raking or what they call cocking of a gun?
Before. Ngaphambilini kokuthi uLongwe ke amphushe lo oqala ingaba ukuzwile yini lokho abathi ke ukhokhwa kwesibhamu?
Cha, ngizwa.
I didn't hear it.
Now, your version also is that when Longwe Thwala pushed the first suspect and he stumbled or lost the balance, then everybody got a chance that was in the house to stand up from their sitting positions, correct?
Yes.
And you say you then approached, when I say you, I mean the collective that was remaining in the house, you then approached the two suspects who initially initiates that approach of the suspects.
Naseke ninaka abasele ngithulonge manje uphumile ninaka abasele nase niyakubona ke ngiqonda kubona ke laba bawu2 ubani ke owaqala ke ngalokho ukuthi nje kube uyena ke osukumayo ayenqo kubona ke kwaqala abantu
Scuffle saqala between Senzo naye number 1 ngibe ngisho number 1 waqala naye number 2 ngabnotice late uthi ngathi khona number 2.
The scuffle started between Senzo and number 1. As I've already mentioned, that I only noticed later that there was number 2.
Okay. Now, when the scuffle starts between Senzo and the other people in the house, you personally, what did you do?
You know why yenza wena uma ngaba seqala lesi scuffle phakathi kuka Senzo naye ke
first aspect.
Ngasukuma ngathatha ifoni yami.
I stood up and
my phone we stand eduze ke TV.
From the stand next to the TV.
And having taken your phone from the TV stand, what did you do?
Musuyithathile phone?
Ngase ngiya towards a kitchen la ngafika ngahlangana khona no Christian. Ngoba Christian umuntu waye la.
I then went towards the kitchen where I met a Christian.
Now the scuffle starts within the sitting room. Would I be correct?
Siqale ekitchen ke sorry, a sitting room scuffle lesangithi.
Yebo qinisile.
That's true, yes.
Then they scuffle. By scuffling, perhaps if you can just describe it for us, the action that you say was a scuffle between Senzo Meyiwa and the first suspect. What do you mean by scuffle?
Yini le eyenzeka ebangela uthi uma ngabe uyibiza uthi scuffle?
I think the scuffle mangisho confrontana between uSenzo naye lo muntu loyo babushane kubushanele towards a kitchen.
I mean what I mean by that is the confrontation between Senzo and that particular person and then pushing each other towards the kitchen.
And is it only Senzo that's pushing the first suspect towards the kitchen, or are there other members of the people that were in the house also assisting in that respect?
Usenzo kuphela opusha lo owoqala umhambisi umsekitchen noma babe khona abanye kulaba ewawuhlanihlezi nabendlini nabo abalekele uSenzo ukupusha lo woqala.
Noma ngize ngisho ukuthi babe khona abemlekelela kodwa wonke umuntu wagcina esengena kulokho okwakwenzeka towards a kitchen ngoba nami ngesikhathi ngithatha ifoni ngibheka le ngibheke emuva ngibona ukuthi kwenzakalani emva kwami. Yebo, so nami ngithatha ifoni ngifaka ephaketheni ngeke ngize ngibone ukuthi kwenzakalani emva kwami kodwa ngikwazi ukuthi kwathi mayisuka uMsenzo no Tumelo basuma nabo bonke base bajoyina kuyona lento eyenzeka.
Although I wouldn't say that there was someone specifically assisting him, but what then happened is that ended up that everyone was then got involved in that which was happening. And as I was taking my phone, I was with my back towards them, or I was not in a position to see. But as I said that when Senzo stood up, all the other people, the likes of Tumelo and the others, stood up.
And personally, did you yourself participate at any stage in that so-called scuffle?
When asikhona isikhathi la nawe owaba ingxenye yaleso scuffling. No.
And now let's take it. It starts in the sitting room. The first suspect is huddled towards the kitchen. Where is the second suspect then rounded up as well so that he ends as part of this scuffle that ends up in the kitchen?
Kulesi scuffle lesi ke siphakathi kwakhe ke uSenzo nalo woqala babise nabanye besukumake manje ke lo wesibili ke uhlanganiswa kuphi ke nako konke lokhu aze ayoba ingxenye ke yabo konke lokuyana okugcina lapha ekitchen.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi yena uhlangana phela ngoba use passage la ime khona obviously abantu mebedudulana bengase kitchen bedudulana kuwena nawe ziya nabo uzohamba nabo so ngaqathi nabo wahamba nabo ngokucabanga kwami so angazi kuba nje bengisho ukuthi kangamine ngimbhushayo.
I think because he was in the hallway, that's why then he ended up being then circled in that pushing. Because when people are pushing, and you also get to be involved in all of that. But I wouldn't know because I was not the one who was pushing him.
And as this pushing and scuffling is happening towards the kitchen, the first and second suspects respectively still armed with a firearm and a knife.
Usenzeka konke lokho ke kwenzeka ekitchen ke lo woqala nowesibili ke basahlomileke omunye uphethe isibhamu omunye uphethe ummese.
Yebo.
Yes.
If I can ask for photo 15 of exhibit D be displayed, please. I mean, that hit my lot, sorry. Now, the scuffle reaches the kitchen. In relation to this photo, where is the first suspect? Where does he end up at?
Ugcina ekuphiki lo woqala uma sebenzisa lesi sithombe lesi. Fikiwe man ugcina kuphi?
Bala.
They were here, a witness pointing to the side of where the stove is, the stove and the sink.
Sorry, my question wasn't they. I'm talking about the first suspect personally. Where was he in relation to the door, the sink, the other side where there's a brownish cupboard on the side?
Uthi wena bala umele uthi ubuza lo woqala yena wena uthi bala yena uthi ubuza ngalo woqala.
Samuel ngaka sink.
Somewhere here close to the sink.
And at that stage, he's still locked up in a scuffle with Senzo Meyiwa, correct?
Usekuleso scuffle kanye no Senzo.
Yebo.
Yes.
And the second suspect?
Owesibili?
Naye futhi
Him as well. He was around here. The witness pointing in that very same vicinity.
And who is he locked up in battle or in a scuffle with the second suspect?
Yena ke ungathi lo wesibili ke ukwiscuffle kanye no
akhona uTumelo.
Tumelo was there.
Akhona uTumelo and then njengoba ngisho ukuthi uMakazandi noZandi if I'm not mistaken babe bashaya lawo bantu ngama crashes kodwa babela bonke nje labantu engibabalayo bala.
As I'm saying that Zandi and her mother were then assaulting these people with the crutches, but all the people I'm mentioning are in that vicinity where the witness just pointed out in the kitchen.
So, just to get it correct, Zandi and the mother are using Tumelo Madala's crutches and they are randomly assaulting 1 and 2 or 1 alone or 2 alone. What's happening there?
Kwenzekani ke uZandi noma wakhe ke basebenzisa amakrashi kaTumelo bayashaya nje laba babili bashaya u1 kuphela bayabahlanganisa noma bashaya u2 kuphela.
Angeke ngize ngichaze ukuthi babeshaya u1 noma babeshaya u2 kodwa ngikwazi ukuthi babeshaya bona labo bantu.
I wouldn't be able to tell whether they were assaulting 1 or 2, but what I do know is that they were assaulting those people.
Okay, let's move on. Now, you say at that stage, you hear a gunshot going off, and then what happened?
Uthi ke ngaleso sikhathi wase uzwa ke ukuqhuma kwesibhamu. Kwase kwenzekani?
Yebo, aqhuma isibhamu. Kwase kuba khona ukuhlukana ngoba ngesikhathi kunaleso scuffle lesasenzeka nalabo ababeshaya. Kwaba khona ukuhlukana kwakhona shuthi shithi acathi isibhamu sabathusa njengoba nami sangithusa.
What then happened, the firearm went off or the shot went off and then there was this separation. As there was a scuffle, there was this separation because I think that the shot shocked them as it just shocked me as well.
Okay. then your version is that you then run out of the house, but as you run out, you cross paths with Senzo Meyiwa as he runs into the house, correct?
Ushilo ke ukuthi wena ke wase ubaleka ke ngenhloso ukuthi uphume endlini kodwa ke waphambana nayo ke umufi yena ke egijimela ngaphakathi endlini.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, at that stage, did you know whether or not Senzo Meyiwa had been shot by that first gunshot that went off?
Ngaleso sikhathi ke niphambana ke nina nomabili. Ngabe ubuwazi yini ukuthi uSenzo ushayiwe iloko qhuma lokho kwesibhamu?
Cha.
No.
And your testimony is that you ran out of the house into the neighbor's yard, correct?
Wasiyongena ke kwamakhelwane.
Yebo.
Yes.
And your testimony further is that as you run into the neighbor's yard, the second suspect armed with a knife then pursues you, correct?
Na njengoba ungena ke noma usiyojompela khona ke kwamakhelwane lo wesibili ke ophethe ummese uyakusukela.
Yebo.
Yes.
Okay, before we even go further with that, now you say the second suspect is armed with a knife in that melee or scuffle that happens in that kitchen. Was anyone from the house stabbed with a knife or a sharp object during that scuffle in that kitchen?
Na njengoba ushoke ukuthi kulesa scuffle esasenzeke ekitchen lo wesibili ke wayephethe ummese ngabe ukhona yini umuntu owagwazeka kulabo ababesendlini?
Cha.
No.
Khumbula ukuba khona ugwazekayo.
I don't remember anyone having been stabbed.
And just that, so that you can't say it was one-dimensional, the scuffling that was happening there, because I hear you say that people in the house were assaulting the two armed suspects. Were the two armed suspects fighting back, retaliating in a way, in any manner, as the scuffle is happening in the kitchen?
Kulo scuffle uyashoke ukuthi babeshaywa labantu ababili njengoba beshaywa nje na ke bamile nje kuphela noma nabo ke bayayiphindisela ke bayalwa nabo.
Ngiyacabanga ukudabo phela babezama ngendlela babezama ngayo ukuthi bayivikele nabo.
I think they were
Bake
also
baze bavele bami nje abantu bebashaya ngeinduku. Ngeke ngize ngisho ukuthi babenzani kodwa nabo khona wakwenza nabo ukuzama ukuziveza ngobusenzo uyambona ukuthi isigaqagaqa nganani.
I think that they were in a way trying to protect themselves. They were not just going to stand there, people assaulting them with crutches, and they couldn't. And as you could see, what kind of a tough guy Senzo was.
Now, in respect to this picture, in photo 15, you are on this side. Would I be correct?
Ningala,
Towards the passageway.
Ningala.
Mina.
Yes, you.
Yebo.
And your vantage point is visually this way into the kitchen. directly into the kitchen, correct?
Yep.
That's correct.
Now, the shot goes off. There's a, like you say, a separation that happens. You exit the house. Where's the second suspect that pursues you in relation to this picture as you leave the house?
Uyaphuma ke manje wena ke emuva kokuthi isibhamu siqhumileke lona ke okusukelayo ke lo wesibili ukuphi nendawo uma ngaba wena usuyophuma ke lapha yana esiqapheni.
Noma ngisho ngishilo ukuthi mina umuntu engambona ngiphuma kakusenzo kodwa ngesikhathi kuqhuma isibhamu number 2 lo suspect number 2 wayesase kitchen naye.
As I'm saying
ngiphuma
that,
nje ngidlula kubona number 2 na number 1 no Senzo bonke nje bade bemile.
as I'm saying that the person that I saw as on my way out was Senzo, but as I went out of the door I went past them. Suspect number 1, Senzo, and suspect number 2, they were all there.
Now, you are well aware now that the people that you jumped into their yard was Mr. Ngashe Senior, who's now departed, and the son.
Sesiyazi noma into esiyaziyo ke le ukuthi laba owajompela ke egcekeni labo noma emzini wabo ke ubaba uNqatshe indodana yakhe kodwa ke ubaba uNqatshe yena ke akasekho ke manje.
Sengiyazi manje bengazi.
Now I know, I didn't know.
Bengazi nokuthi sewashona.
I really didn't know that he
We
had
only learned
passed
here in
on.
court this term as well. So, be that as it may, Kaya Ngashe has testified before you now in this trial. And he testified as follows regarding your interaction between yourself, him and his father.
Ukhaya Nqatshe ke usenikeziwe ke ngobufakazi bakhe lana ke enkantolo usho lokho kulandelayo ke mayelana nokuhlangana kwakho naye kanye nobaba wakhe
that he, as he was working in his room, he heard a noise, commotion coming out of the Tumelo household.
uthi ke busy ke sebenza ke erumini lakhe ke wezwa ke umsindo noma lokho ke akubiza ke i-commotion phuma khona ke lapho kwa Tumelo.
That he then got his interest piqued by that noise, the commotion, that he went to his bedroom window to look as to what was happening in the Tumelo household.
Kwase lokho ke kumphoqa ke noma kwenza ke ukuthi ke abheke ke noma sebenzise ke ifastela le camera lakhe ukuthi abheke ukuthi kwenzekani kwa Tumelo.
That from his vantage point, from his window, through one of these two windows that you see here of the kitchen in the Tumelo household, he could see a person wearing a white t-shirt against the window that is facing inside the Tumelo household, who was inside the kitchen.
Uthi ke njengoba yena ke esekamereni lakhe ebukeke esebenzisa ifastela lakhe wakwazi ukuthi aboneke kwelinye lamafastela amabili wabonayo lapha nesithombeni ubona uthi elinye lawo akasho ukuthi elinye lawo ke ubona umuntu ogqoke iskipa esimhlophe uze ngathi ke uze ngomhlane wakhe ke obondeni noma odongeni lolu lase kitchen.
That he and his father decided to investigate the commotion that was happening from the Tumelo household, and as they were nearing the passage, they heard in fact, let me use they, he heard a sound that seemed like a breakage of not even cutlery, what we call these terms, Mr. Mnisi? Sorry? A porcelain falling and breaking on the floor.
Uthi ke bese kulokho yena nobaba wakhe ke bezama ukuthi bayobheka ke noma batholeke ukuthi kwenzekani kwa Tumelo ila ezwa khona ke lomsindo ke porcelain leyo ke iwa phansi ke iphuka.
And at that moment when they were about to leave their door, that's when they saw you already in their yard, having just jumped in their yard.
Uthi ke uma sebezophuma ke esicabheni ke kubo ila sebebona wena ke khona ke usujompeleke so ungaphakathi ke egcekeni labo.
That he was armed with an iron bar or an iron rod ready to strike, but you told him that you are not the one, according to the interpretation that was used, I don't want to misuse that word, that you are not the one to be accused. Exactly what did you say to him so that we clear that one up?
Am I still talking to
No, I'm just asking you in relation to your interaction with Kaya. Now they find you've jumped over in their yard. I want to clarify the word that you said, to that effect. I'm not saying you said exactly that, don't harm me. I'm not maybe a thug, maybe a thief, maybe something to that effect. What did you say to him?
Uthi ke esezogadla ke ngoba izilungiselela ukuthi esezogadla ke ngaleyo nsimbi ke awayeyiphethe khona ke wakusho ke wena ke angisonisela angisona isigebengu khona nje athi ke wakusho wena ke.
Okay, firstly ukhaya ngiyamthanda ukuthi afika testify la.
Firstly
khona kushoyo in relations to into engishilo.
Firstly I like Kaya number one that he came to testify here because he said something which I also said.
Number one. Number two, lesikhathi ngijomba wangijomba yebo uqinisile weza wasahlangana naye engangithemba ukuthi nguba.
Okay, and he's telling the truth that when I met up with him he didn't trust as to who I was.
Ngayichaza ngazisho kuyena igama nesibongo ngazisho ukuthi ngihamba noba.
Okay, I mentioned my name and my surname and with whom I came there.
And noma ngasakukhumbuli in special words or in exactly what I said, but ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngathi sibanje inkunzi or sibanje inkunzi ngasho nje kodwa ngasebenzisa igama lenkunzi.
Although I can't remember specifically in exact words as to what I said, but I did mention that we were being robbed.
And ekushoni kwami lokho wakhombisa ukuthi uyangikholwa.
And in saying that,
ngazaqhubeka afune ukungishaya or lento ayifuna ukuyenza.
And in saying that, he believed me because he never proceeded or went along with the intention of him wanting to assault me.
Ngoba ngikhumbula ukuthi ngaze ngakhomba ngoba lo owayemude wayehla ngomgaqo ngamkhomba ehla ngomgaqo.
Because I remember that I even pointed because the tall one was still going down the road, and I pointed.
Now, with respect to that aspect of what you told him, not the introduction part and all of that, but about what was happening in the Khumalo household, he says you only told him that there was a problem or a big problem in the Khumalo household, but you never expanded on that.
Yena ke umechaza ke ukhaya uthi nje kuphela kwento wayisho ke wena ukuthi unenkinga noma kunenkinga enkulu ke kwaKhumalo kodwa akazange aze achaze kabanzi ke ngalokho.
Hayi okushiwo kuyena lokho ngiyacabanga ukuthi nami uyangizwe ngikushoyo.
That's what he's saying, and I think you're also hearing what I'm saying.
And that you did not even spend a long time talking to him. The sooner you jumped in, after you explained whatever brief explanation you did, you jumped back into the Khumalo household.
Nokuthi ke futhi awuzange uchithe nesikhathi eside ke lapho kibo egcekeni kubona egcekeni uthe nje ekamuva kokuthi ke ukuchazile noma ukushilo lokushilo wase futhi ke ujompela khona kwaKhumalo.
Cha hayi ke angizange ngize ngijombe kwaKhumalo immediately.
No,
Khumalo ngajomba ngoba
no, correct.
Khumalo ngajomba ngoba ngizwa ukumesesiza ukumemeza kuphuma uMakakheli.
No, I never jumped back to the Khumalos immediately. I only jumped back when I heard the screams from the screams and also Kelly's mother coming out.
That he wanted to jump with you into the yard, but he didn't because of some explanation that his father gave to him that was never set on record here.
Nokuthi ke kwakuyinhloso yakhe ke ukuthi ajombe nawe ajompele kwaKhumalo kodwa ke ngenxa yalokho awakutshelwa ubaba wakhe ke okungashiwonke ke la enkantolo akakwenzanga lokho.
Kodwa ngiyamkhumbula mina ukuthi yena umuntu wayengisiza.
But I do recall that he's the person who assisted me
sesingaphakathi endlini
when we were inside the house.
Qeda ngena nami endlini.
When I just entered the house.
That is not disputed. What he says is that he did not jump with you immediately as you jump into the Khumalo household.
Akuphikiswa ke lokho akushoyo ukuthi akajompanga immediately noma ngaleso sikhathi ke uma wena usujompela ubuyela khona kwaKhumalo.
Okay, ngiyakuzwa.
Okay, I hear you.
Yes, but that he assisted you in fact, he even said that he assisted you and the others together with community members to take Senzo Meyiwa from where he was lying closer to the passage towards the X6 and load him into the X64.
Uyakusho ke na ke ukuthi wakusiza esiza wena nabanye ke abalapha endlini kanye nabanye ke omakhelwane ke noma abantu abahlala khona lapho ke ukuthi niqhubule yena ke uSenzo bese nimfaka kwiX6.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I hear you.
Now, as you run out of the Ngashe house, as you run out of the Khumalo household, you're being chased by what you say is the second suspect. Where was Longwe Thwala's red polo motor vehicle at that time?
Na njengoba usujompela ke kwaKhumalo ubuya khona le kwaNgcatshe yayikuphi nendawo ipolo kaLongwe ngaleso sikhathi leso uma usubuyela khona kwaKhumalo?
Yayikhona engaphandle.
It was there, it was outside.
And from your testimony and Zandile Khumalo's testimony is that Longwe had already ran outside of the house. Did you see him anywhere in the Khumalo household, perhaps on the street, outside? Where was Longwe Thwala? Did you see him?
Ubusushilo ubufakazi bakho noZandile naye ke usho lokho kubufakazi bakhe ke ngaba wayekuphi ke uLongwe la ngaphandle ngaba wambona yini ngaphandle wambona la igcekeni kwaKhumalo?
Angimkhumbula ngimbonanga nje ngimazi ukuthi wayapi.
I don't remember him, I didn't see him, I don't know where he went to.
And as you ran outside as well, just in the vicinity outside the Khumalo household, did you see a Honda Ballad motor vehicle parked outside there?
Usuphuma ke khona lapho kwaKhumalo engaba ikhona yini imoto eyiHonda Ballad owayibona?
Anginakanga ngizange ngizenginaka. I think
I didn't take note.
Ngizange ngizenginake nje. Ngangibaleka mina oba ngijaha umuntu angizange ngizenginake.
I was just running because I was being chased by someone. I didn't take note.
Now, just to clarify this with respect of the jumping back into the Khumalo household, you say you only jumped once you heard Makhumalo screaming out, correct?
Uthi waphuma ke noma wajompela ke kwaKhumalo nkathi usuzwa ke uma Khumalo memeza.
Yebo.
Yes.
And you ask Makhumalo, where's the first suspect that was carrying the gun, and her reply is that he's gone, correct?
Wasubuza wena ke kumaKhumalo ukuthi kuphi ke lo woqala wayephethe isibhamu waphendula ke na wathi uhambe usehambile.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, just on this aspect, just to polish it up before I move on to something else. When you jump to the Nqashes, you explain to them who you are, that there's a problem. Did you ask them to call the police, or at that stage, did you ask them to call the police?
Uma
Because there's been a
ujompela
shooting
ke
incident in the yard.
uma usujompela kwaNqatshe ingaba wabacela yini ukuthi bafoneleke amaphoyisa noma iambulance?
Cha ngikhumbuli ngokusho lokho kubona. Think ngoba ngithukile nami angikhumbuli nje kodwa ngikusho kubona.
No, I don't remember saying that to them. I think I was in shock, but I don't remember
Ngachaza
saying
nje
that to them.
ukwenzakalani endlini, but angikhumbuli ngithi akufonela amaphoyisa.
I just mentioned to them as to what was transpiring or happening in the house, but I don't remember asking them or telling them to call the police.
And your testimony is that the second person chasing you is running down the street, and you point them out to who exactly?
Ubani lo owakhomba kuyena ngithi uthi uyasho ukuthi wakhomba uyakhumbula ukhomba ngoba lo wayekusukela wayegijima ngomgaqo wakhomba ubani lo owamkhombisa?
Ngangikhomba kubona laba nganginabo la egcekeni.
The people that I was with on the premises.
The Nqashes.
Yebo.
And what do they do about that information? Did they see that suspect?
Bambona
According to you.
lo msola lo uma
Angisazi
wakhombisa.
ke ngiyacahla bungabuza yena nje badela.
I don't know. I think maybe you could have asked him as seeing that he was here.
Now, as you are talking to them, the Nqashes, both of them, did you tell them that the first suspect is still inside the house, in the Khumalo household?
Nkathi ukhuluma nabo ke laba bakwaNqatshe ingaba washo yini ukuthi lo woqala usengaphakathi endlini kwaKhumalo?
Cha ngikhumbuli ngisho.
No, I don't remember saying.
Now, my good sir, I just want to take you now to the statements that you made to the police regarding this incident. You remember Mr. Baloyi asked you and you said you've made several statements, and according to my count, you made 4 statements regarding this incident.
Uma ngibala ke mina ke ziwu4 istatement owazenza mayelana nalesigameko.
But I'll only touch on 2. Perhaps my learned colleagues will touch on others, but for my purposes of I choose 1 and 2, I'll touch only on 2 of your statements. The
Mina
first-
imbili kuphela ke engizokhuluma ngazo.
The first one will be A26. And perhaps if we start at the back of that document before we qualify it, we'll see that on the date stamp it says falsely arrest 2014 10/28. The time is 12:45.
Uyabona isikhathi nedate. Yes, I see that.
Now, I want you to clarify that aspect of the date, because according to your testimony is that you made this statement the following day, correct?
Ngicela ke uchaze ke ngedate ngoba wena ke kufakazi bakho uthe istatement ewasenza which is late 27.
Yebo.
Yes.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi kubhala iphoyisa la akubhalanga mina. Kodwa
I'm not-
mina statement sami ngasenza ngakusasa ngiyakukhumbula lokho ngoba imini engayisa mina eFoslorus.
I think the police officer wrote here, not me. But what I do know is that I went the following day to the police station in Vosloorus. I went there myself.
Okay, that will be clarified by the set officer, Mr. Steve Pakule, but I'm not going to dwell much on that one. Now, you remember on the 27th, you say you, after inquiring about the ID from Kelly Kumalo, you then went to Vosloorus for the purposes of this document, correct?
Ushilo ngizolo ukuthi emuva kokuthi wawuye kuKelly ke mayelana nodaba lwe-ID wase uya khona ke la eFoslorus.
Ngangiye kaKelly, hayi kuKelly.
Yes, no,
After naKelly, so
Yes.
ngizokudida ke lapho kancane.
So sorry, clarify for me.
I went
to kaKelly qala kuyofuna uKelly ngangamthola, then proceeded eFoslorus,
Yes.
then went kaKelly kuyokulook endlini kaKelly malibathi la hlala khona noSenzo for the ID.
I first went to Kelly's parental home, which is Vosloorus.
Yes.
Then after that, I went to the police station. From the police station, I then went to Kelly's house
For the ID.
for the
Also, the
ID.
statement is in between the
Yes.
two trips. Okay, that's fine. And now this statement was taken by this officer Pakule. In what language was this statement taken?
Wakusetshenziswa luphi ulimi la kule statement?
English.
English,
And did you, and
which is what is written here, English.
now besides what is written, you and the person taking the statement, were you talking purely English or English mixed with another language?
Nani mixa noma kwa English yodwa?
Angeke ngisakhumbula, but obviously mhlawumbe ngingakmix English nesiZulu.
I
Because
want
I'm
to
not
remember.
fluent in Lesotho.
I won't remember,
Yeah,
maybe
it's a joke.
I was mixing English
So
and
angeke
Sizulu.
ngizengazi ngisakhumbula.
Okay, that's fine. And how was this statement taken? Were you narrating the events of the 26th of October 2014 to the officer taking it, and then after that he was writing it down?
Ukhuluma wena abhale phansi yena.
Yebo ngangikhuluma abhale ayibeke futhi naye ngendlela ayibeka ngayo.
And he would also put it in the manner in which he's putting it.
And then after having taken all of the information from you and the police officer, writing it down in a statement, before you appended your signature on the document, was this document read back to you?
Eseqedileke ubhala ngaphambilini kokuthi nje acela ukuthi usayinde ingaba wakufundela yini lokho akubhale phansi.
Kuyi-statement engangibhala sikhona engafundela zona khona engafundelwanga zona. So
From this-
la ngiyacabanga mhlawumbe ukuthi ngafundela nginayisho ngoba kwakuyi-statement sokuqala if I'm not mistaken.
That was the
From
first.
the statement, the statements that I deposed
Bangasakhumbula
of,
kahle kodwa ngoba kwakuyi-statement sokuqala mhlawumbe ngafundela.
Okay, I thought you were still talking. Now, let's go through. Oh, sorry, before I go there. Now, having been satisfied with the contents of this document, did you append your signature on the document?
uma sewenemeke ngalokhu akushoyo noma ukufundelweke ingabe wase uyasayinda ke? Ngithi usibhalile uyakufundela onelisekile ukuthi lokho akubhalile ilokho engikushilo wase uyasayina.
And then at the bottom of each page, you will see there's what appears to be a signature, and towards the bottom left
Bheka ipage
of the
ngayo.
last of the last page, is that your signature?
Yes.
Yebo imina ke sayindile lapha ezansi kwipage ngayodwa.
My Lord, with leave of the court, I'm not sure because my learned colleagues on the left are whispering that they are also going to use the very same statements. So for brevity purposes, perhaps I read it as is into the record. Then when they do their cross-examinations, it's not necessary to refer back to, but they can only direct to the parts. But I'll seek direction from the court.
No, I can interfere and tell counsel how to conduct their cases.
Okay, that's
You read when I tried to describe the brim,
yes.
I was told I'm giving evidence.
Okay,
All right.
all right, no, that's fair.
Sharp.
So, from that premises, I'll have to read it all, although I think some of the writing is not legible and notes were made on the statement. And it reads, Foslora's cast 63610 of 2014. It's titled A26 and it says and reads. Yeah, because we're going to ask it to be admitted as assailants. And it reads, I, Mthokozisi Thwala, states under oath, I'm an adult male with ID number. I'm not going to read it into record, and I'm not going to read your address into record and your cell number because I'm not sure whether it's current or not. And paragraph 2 thereof, it says, Sunday the 2014, 10:26, I was with Senzo Meyiwa, Kelly Kumalo, and Zandile Kumalo. We left from Senzo's place in Malbatten to Soweto, where Kelly was going to perform. We were driving in Senzo's BMW X6. Paragraph 3, we came back from Soweto at about 16:30 and went to Katlehong at my place where I needed to change my clothes. After changing my clothes, we went to Spread View where Senzo said he wanted to collect his friend from KwaZulu-Natal, Tumelo. After collecting Tumelo, Senzo wanted to show us his child, and we went to Kelly's mom's place at Fosloras. We found Kelly Kumalo's mom with the two kids, Chingo and Christian. What is this, Mr. Ole?
Before.
Sorry, what are you attacking in the statement?
My Lord, only two aspects.
Yeah, pinpoint the aspects because.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
Unless you're saying the whole statement is contradictory.
No, not the whole statement, my Lord.
Yeah.
Let me go to the aspects, then they will deal with the evidence. Now, the first point that I want to raise with you, you remember that, and it's at paragraph 3 thereof, which I will read. In fact, I've already read that we came back from Soweto at about 16:30 and went to Katlehong at my place where I needed to change my clothes. After changing my clothes, we went to Straight View where Senzo said he wanted to collect his friend from KwaZulu-Natal, Tumelo. You see that?
Yes.
Now, in your testimonial evidence, viva voce in court, you testified that the reason that you went to Katlehong was so that Senzo Meyiwa can drop you off, correct?
Ushilo ukuthi inhloso yokuthi ke uhanjiswe usuke eKatlehong kwakuwukuthi bayokushiya lapho.
Yebo.
Yes.
But in paragraph 3, as I've just read it now, that is not what the stated purpose is.
Kodwa akusibona ke okushiwo paragraph 3 lokho.
I think musukhuluma into njengoba ngikhuluma obviously la ngifane ngithathe from detail to detail mangibhala la obviously ngabhala lokho engangikushilo makuthi usho kanjalo obegcineni ukushintsha ngashintsha ukuye spread view sayi spread view ukuyolanda uTumelo sakho ukulanda uTumelo so ayikho into ebhaliwe la out of context yokuthi zonke lezi zinto engishilo la engifitexify ngazo zamanga noma zikanjani ngoba into eyodwa le ibhalwe la nento engishoyo.
When I speak here or when I give my evidence, then I go into detail about what had happened. But from which is written here, there is nothing that is out of context about what had happened. Indeed, I ended up changing my clothes. Indeed, we ended up going to Spread View. Indeed, we picked Tumelo up.
Now let's go to paragraph 7 thereof, and I'm reading. We were busy chatting when suddenly two black males walked in. I'm not sure if the door was closed or not. Kelly was standing on the passage between sitting room and the kitchen at that time. The first one had a firearm in his hand, and he said, and I quote, "Futsek, cell phones and money." Those quotes. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Earlier on, I asked you, other than cell phones and money, did that person use a swear word? And you said no.
Ngikubuzile ke ngaphambilini ukuthi lo muntu lona noma loyo muntu loyo ke wayisebenzisa yini inhlamba wakusithi wona ke cha.
Yet again, ngiyasho ukuthi lento ebhaliwe la into eyenzeka la when it comes to Futsek ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngaloku ngakuchaza lokho ukuthi igama elithi Futsek angisalukhumbuli libhaliwe, I mean elisho, but cell phone no man into ayisho.
But I remember saying that previously that I don't remember or recall the word what that is written there, which you just mentioned, but I recall cell phones and money being said by the person.
If you say you don't recall, it may have happened, but now you don't recall it.
Kungenzeka ukuthi wakusho ukuthi nje ukukhumbule wena.
Ngasho kanjalo.
You can say so.
Let's then move on to paragraph 8 thereof, and then it reads as follows. I was seated next to Senzo, and we all froze as it came as a shock. Zandi's boyfriend jumped onto the suspect and grabbed the firearm. You see that?
Yebo.
Yes.
This is not what you testified about in Viva Voce here in court.
Asikona ke okushilo lokho kubufakazi bakho la enkantolo.
Yet again futhi lo wayibhalile wabhala indlela abhala ngayo, and lento futhi before kuze kuzwe nasenkantolo ya lo mistake ka grab wa rectify wafaka upush. So lo wayibhalile wafaka ugrab, mina ngangithe push, and lo push kwabuya kwaziwa kumina kwathatha statement isalo grab no push kwa rectify kungakaqali kwale nkantolo.
Yes, once again it's the person that wrote down, but even way before or before the matter was before court, there was a subsequent statement that was taken in rectifying the grab, and pushed was then inserted in the other statement.
So you see where my dilemma is. This is your contemporaneous statement that you made when the incident was still fresh in your mind, correct?
I statement leso wasenza konke lokho kusekusha noma kuse fresh emqondweni wakho angithi.
Ungakusho lokho?
Yes, I would say that.
Now let's go to paragraph 9 thereof, and I continue to read, and it says, then Senzo jumped in as well, and they started assaulting the suspects, screaming at the same time. At that moment, I grabbed Christian Kelly's child from the kitchen to the sitting room area so that he doesn't get hurt. You see that?
Yebo.
Yes.
Did Senzo also join in the assault by Longwe Thwala that you are referring to in your statement?
Ngalendlela ekubhalwe ngayo la ku statement uSenzo wase naye ke ejoina ke ukushaywa ke kwalomsola lokhu ukushaywa uLongwe ngalendlela ekubhalwe ngayo.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi la kukho la kuthiwa uSenzo wangena wa assault with uLongwe Thwala, ngikubona la kubhalwe lokho.
I don't see it being written here what you are saying. Well, Senzo and Longwe, where does Longwe fit with regards to the assault? Because I don't see it in the statement.
So I'm reading on from the previous paragraph that I read from. You first said Longwe jumped and grabbed the firearm.
Ngikala ke konke lokho ngiqala lana la ukhona ke uLongwe wase egrabha noma ebamba ke isibhamu uthi uyaqhubeka lapho.
Then it flows on to paragraph 9 that I just read, which is your statement that you've appended your signature to. You say, and I'm reading it again for understanding purposes. Then Senzo jumped in as well, and they started assaulting the suspect.
Ithi lana ke wasengenelela naye ke uSenzo base beqala ke ukushaya umsolwa
and screaming at the same time.
Bememeza futhi ke.
Okay, ngiyacabanga ukuthi mhlawumbe igama akalisebenzisile la assaulting elwrong ngoba nje bengisho ukuthi kwaba khona Scuffle. uSenzo ukusukuma kwakhe wasukuma kwi-Scuffle after uLongwe Thwala esegxume waya kumuntu wamphusha waphuma, uSenzo wasebaba ne-Scuffle nalowo muntu. So ngicabanga mhlawumbe igama lisebenzisela la assaulting ngoba nani nake nalisebenzisa la phikiswa.
I think here the word assaulting is the incorrect word which he used, because as I said that it was a scuffle after Longwe had gone out of court, and the witness referring to the counsels used it before, and there was it was disputed.
Let me show you, Mr. Thwala, and I'll read the next paragraph to show you. This is not talking in the context of the main scuffle. It's talking about Longwe grabbing the firearm from the first suspect and doing whatever. Then you say, Senzo then joins in. But let me read this to show you that it's not within the context that you want us to say. Let me read the 10th paragraph. It reads as follows. Then Zandi's boyfriend let go of the firearm from which was still in the suspect's hands and ran from the house. So you see the context that this statement is made. It's not within the bigger picture of the second scuffle once Longwe had left the house.
Lana ke uthi le statement asikhulumi ngalesi scuffle lesi wena okhulume ngaso lesi emuva kokuthi Longwe esephumileke ifuthi kangaleni yaseke iboyfriend kaZandi idedela ke isibhamu esasise sesandleni sakhe umsolwa wase ebaleka ephuma ke endlini.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi njengoba ngisho futhi namanje ukuthi indlela ekubhalwe ngayo la akuyona shuthi indlela mina engangimbekele ngayo lo muntu.
I think as I've said that the man
methi wadedela isibhamu akaza adedela isibhamu ngoba ngakuchaza lokho ukuthi akazange azasibamba isibhamu wamphusha.
It's not written in the manner in which I said it. So when he said that, when he says here, he let go of the firearm because he never even grabbed or held the firearm. He just pushed him.
Nakalesikhathi njengoba echaza ukuthi kwaba khona igunshot yaba khona ekitchen njengoba ngichaza ukuthi uSenzo ngambuka ngaphambana naye eminyango, so yena akakubhalile la ukuthi kwenzeke ekitchen lokho.
Even with when the shot went off, it happened in the kitchen, and I looked at Senzo, or I saw Senzo when our paths crossed, and it's not mentioned here.
Now, let's not belabor that because I know exactly what this statement says. And in fact, let me put it this way. During your evidence in chief, in cross-examination, and I'm going to give you props and brownies, you are a very brilliant person. You correct an editor, 10-chapter book over 2 days, correct?
Angisho ke lokho ukuthi umuntu ohlakaniphe kakhulu ke ngoba ubusushilo ngaphambilini la walungisa khona ke umbhali wencwadi ke enama chapter awu10 wena ke wakwenza lokho ngeinsuku ezimbili.
Yebo ngakwenza lokho.
Yes,
in 2 days and futhi ngake ngize ngamcorrect ngoba ikhuluma ngami. So into ekhuluma ngami obviously ngizoyicorrect ngoba noma yena kuthi uyayibhala akayazi yena ukuthi angabhala into ekhuluma ngami bese mina ngiyayithetela ngibe ngazi kahle ukuthi ayikho kanjalo.
Because what I corrected,
so that's why I'm correct. Hayi ngoba ngibrilliant
with me because he was writing about me. That's why I corrected him, not because I am a brilliant person. I'm brilliant.
You are very brilliant. Take credit. I'm giving you one. At the ID parade in Pietermaritzburg, when you saw that somebody with similar features was taking photographs, his photographs was taken, and you didn't want to falsely implicate somebody in the commission of this offense, you took it up and corrected then and then with the IO to say, listen, I didn't say that's him. He's got similar features, but I'm not saying it's him. You did that, correct?
Yeah,
but both you and the witness, I'm making my life difficult. You are making very long statements.
Sorry, Mr. Jonas.
Both of you. Pietermaritzburg, walungisa noma waba kusimo sokuthi ubalungise. Awuzange uchithe isikhathi uma ubona bethatha izithombe zomuntu wena oshilo ukuthi akusiyena kodwa unama features asimilar wabalungisa ngaleso sikhathi awuzange bayeke uhamba ubuye ngelinye ilanga.
Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
That's true.
And even the incident with Miss Joyce Buthelezi, as you testified about yesterday, when she wanted you to make a particular statement or put words in your mouth, you stood your ground and said, I'm not writing this because it's not me. The point that I'm raising is this. You append your signature here. Within the context of those three examples I make, you wouldn't agree to sign this statement if you haven't gone through it and if it's got these allegations that you now seek to distance yourself from?
Nakubuthelezi wakwenza ke lokho. Ubuthelezi ufuna ukhulume into ongazi lutho ngayo noma engakuhlanganisi ke wema ke wathi cha ngeke ngikwenze lokho. Kodwa lana ke wase ufaka ke i-signature yakho wasayinda ke lana kodwa ke ubona ukuthi kukhona ke lokho ongahambisani nako noma ongakushilo wena kodwa wase uyasayinda.
Engizokusho la se ukuthi mina prior before ukushona kwaSenzo ngikaze ngibhale i-statement angikaze ngibe kulekusimo engikusona manje nje bengikhuluma nawe. So when it comes to lokuqondisa kwegwegwe lezi zinto ezazenzeka, it's because of the case of izinto engiyibonile ezenzakalile prior to the case nje besila enkantolo manje. So that's why ngihlezi ngi-alert manje.
Before Senzo's death, I had never been, or I've never deposed of statements. I've never been in the situation that I am in right now. Now the corrections that then happened, it is because of things that happened before this case, and that is why I am now alert at this stage.
Then finally, on that very same 826, I'm going to read from paragraph 12. You say, and I quote, "When I ran out of the house, I noticed that the suspect with a firearm was still inside the house, and he was standing in the kitchen. After jumping to the other side, I heard screams, and together with the neighbors, we jumped into the hall back to the Tumelo household." I'll end it there. Do you see that?
Yebo.
Yes.
That's not what Kaya Nash has testified about. He did not jump, or his father, to that, for that matter, did not jump into the yard with you. But in your statement, you say you and the neighbors jumped back into the Tumelo household.
Lokukushiyo lana akusikonaka akakushilo ukhayeni ukuthi bajumpa nawe ke bebuyela khona kwaKhumalo.
Yebo kusho ukhaya lokho nami lokho engikushoyo nami.
That's what Kaya says. It's also that is also saying what I'm saying.
Now let me go to 113, please, and I'm going to address only 2 paragraphs from that statement. And this statement, sorry, before that, the 826, we believe that it be admitted as an exhibit according to Mr. Balo U1.
Okay. U1, my lord.
Now, the second one that I'm going to refer you to is A113. It was taken by, my lord, that's the name that you like, Richard Abednego Shibiri, not Shiburi.
Shibiri.
It's Shibiri, my lord.
Okay.
And it was taken
Sorry, just before you proceed, this statement, U1, who wrote it? This one.
This is quite nice.
Did he write it himself, the witness here?
Oh, sorry.
Or was it written by the officiating policeman?
my understanding from his testimony, he'll correct me. He says he was narrating the story.
That's not a question.
Yes.
Who wrote this statement? I talk.
Yes.
The policeman is here.
Yes.
I can assure you, the day I'm arrested, I will write the statement myself. That's what I want to clarify.
Okay.
That's all.
All right. Okay. I'll also do the same, man.
Yes.
Now the second one.
So just clear that up. Who wrote the statement? Because we talk loosely, not legalistically. I made a statement.
Yes.
When I narrated a statement, and it was written down by the Commissioner of Oaths.
Yes. But I placed that question to him. Man.
Okay, it's fine.
Yes, I did place that question to him. Now the second one, it's A113. Do you recall making this statement, Mr. Thwala? It was made on the
14th of December.
Sorry?
Okay, can I first just peruse it?
Yes, check the date for us, please.
He says before that he wants to see what it's referring to.
All right.
Clarify that. It's fine. You can ask me. You know, it takes forever.
He says it will take forever. You can ask him.
Okay. Now, this statement as well, how was it made?
Asiphala nake na i-date yakho nake i-14 December 2017 eDurban.
Yes.
Senziwa kanjani ke sona?
Lesi statement if ngikhumbula kahle ngibona lesibongo sithi Shabiri if kuyena lo babe ngimcabangayo omude le statement wangenzisa eBeach.
Okay, if it is the gentleman, because I see here it says Shabiri, and if it is the person that I'm thinking of, it was taken at the beach.
So, on official duty, you are having cocktails and margaritas and making statements. And how was it made? Was it, did you narrate the story to him and then he wrote the statement down, or did you personally reduce the statement to writing?
Kwakwenzeka kanjani ke wawukhuluma abhale phansi noma wakunikeza ukuthi wena uyibhalele wena?
Firstly, I wish I was drinking cocktails at the beach. He fetched me M17. If it's 2017, he fetched me M17. Ngangisebenza eMasgrave.
He fetched
and
me
proceeded to a beach. Just to clarify the first part that you said.
So you fetched me from work. Sorry, we then went to the beach. I was working at Musgrave.
And
we then went to a beach. Sorry, yes.
Yeah. Okwesibili kuzo zonke i-statement ukuze lo mbuzo uzoba right uzoclarify kuzo zonke i-statement esengangazisho angikaze ngibhalele i-statement ngihlezi ngibhalelwa yibona abantu laba basuke abeze kumina angikaze ngibhale ngikaze nginika iphepha nepen to wabhala i-statement sakho.
So that this question gets clarified once and for all, I've never written down my own statement. All these people that would come to me for the purposes of a statement, of taking a statement, would be writing the statement.
So ibona basuke bebhala abanye babezofika ne-statement zabanye abantu bangitshela ukuthi ba-clarify into esuke ishiwo omunye umuntu kumina.
Others would approach me with other people's statements and then ask me to clarify what the other person would have said in their statement.
So yeah, all in all ngiyakhuluma umuntu abhale into asuke ayibhala yena.
So all in all, I would speak or I'd be talking, the person would then write whatever it is he or she would be writing.
Now, with your vivid memory of the person that took the statement, Officer Shibiri, was this statement read back to you after Shibiri noted it down?
Ngayimuvake kokuthi uShibiri ebhalile phansi ke lokho wena ke omtshele kona ke ingaba wase yakufundela ke uthi manje ke sengiqedile ubhala istatement ngizokufundela ke ukuze wena usho ukuthi cha le iyona le cha akusiyona ngaba wakufundela yini?
Angikhumbuli ngifundela nje bese ngishilo personally because nje bengisho ukuthi Mr Shibiri mekuthi uyena lo baba omude ngizoshuthi angikhumbuli ngibambe lapho nje when it comes to yena okwamanje.
I don't remember, as I'm saying that if it is indeed the person that I think Shibiri is the tall person, let me just hold it there for now.
And having the statement been reduced to writing, you are satisfied with the contents because did you sign this statement?
What signed the statement?
Yes.
I think this is my signature, yes.
In all the pages at the bottom and on the signing page with the police.
Wonke ama-page nje la enzansi. Naleli semuva futhi ke lokugcina.
Yes.
Yes.
And also I see that where...
Not on the last page.
Yes.
The signature mayikho ephepheni lokugcina because it's fine.
I see that. And then also I see that in some paragraphs errors were made and cancelled out, and each time there's a signature and then initials MT next to the corrections that were made. Did you make the initial MT or the signature on top is yours? Which one is yours there?
La kwenziwe khona ke iphutha kuyasayindwa bese kubakhe no MT phakathi kwe signature no MT iphe yakho. Ilabo uma kwenziwe lokho la kusho ukuthi kwenza kubhale noma kunephutha elenziwe kune signature kuno MT iphe yakho kulezi imbili.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngaba uMT ngoba Mthokozisi Thwala kodwa isignature kuyona yami.
I think it would be MT because that's Mthokozisi Thwala, but the signature is not mine.
Now I'm only gonna deal with maybe 3 paragraphs from that statement. And you confirm that this is the document that you made with Officer Shibiri.
Uyavuma ukuthi wasenza noShibiri lesi.
Ngiyakhumbula isikhona statement engasenza naye yebo.
I remember there is a statement I made with him, yes.
Yeah, so it's going to be YouTube, obviously. Now, let me start with paragraph 6 thereof, and it reads, in fact, I think to make justice to that paragraph, it starts from paragraph 5, because I see that's a continuation. So let me start from paragraph 5 thereof. It says, and I quote, "I can't describe the firearm the suspect was carrying as it happened fast and I was scared. The firearm was blackish in color. I could see the front portion of the firearm."
Angikho kwisimeko sokuthi ngasichaza isibhamu uma siqala la ku5 umsolo awayesiphethe nanjengoba kwenzeka ke ngokusheshsha ngangisaba isibhamu sasi blackish noma simnyama ke ngombala.
And
sorry, I could see ngibona nje la ngaphambili kusona isibhamu noma ngisibona la ngaphambili.
And at paragraph 6 thereof, I quote, "The second suspect didn't say much. The suspect didn't say much. He just demanded the cell phones and money. The suspect was wearing a hoodie jacket and the hoodie was covering his head. I could see the dreadlocks protruding through the hoodie near his ears."
Umsolo ke akazange asho okuningi, wafuna nje kuphela ke ama cell phones kanye nemali. Umsolo wayegqoke ihoodie noma ijacket enehoodie noma ihoodie kanye futhi ke ihoodie leyo yayimboze ikhanda lakhe. Ngangibona ama dreadlocks ayevelileke kuyona ihoodie eduze kwendlebe zakhe.
Now, the point that I want to clear, which suspect are we talking about here? Because my understanding of your evidence was that the suspect with dreadlocks was wearing a hat and the second suspect was wearing a hoodie. So what are we talking about here?
Sikhuluma ngani ke manje lana ngoba uma ngikuzwile kahle ke mina kubufakazi wakho ukuthi lo owayinama dreads wayifake isigqoko, lona owesibili ke omude efake ihoodie.
Yebo kunjalo besiqala la ngasiqaleni ngoba uqale ku number 5.
Yes.
Suspect yebo ayiphethe isibhamu. Isibhamu ke nje bese ngishilo ukuthi angisakwazi ukuthi ngisichaze manje ukuthi sinjani, and la ngangibona nje bengishilo ukuthi ngibone ngabona kokuqala la ngaphambili.
Okay. Indeed, the suspect was carrying a firearm, and indeed, as I said, that I won't be able to describe the firearm, and indeed, I saw the front portion of the firearm.
And then when it comes to ususpect ke edemand amamali ne cell phone, ngiyacabanga ukuthi lokho vele ngakushilo. Iphutha ke liba la khona uShibiri esebhala khona indaba yehoodie. Ihoodie yayigqoka lo wesibili nje bese ngishilo nala. And then lo qala wayigqoka isigqoko isona lesengangibona kusona ama dreads la kuyena. So ngiyacabanga ukuthi iphutha lakhe ke lapho ukuthi asho aphambanisa isigqoko ne hoodie.
As I've already said, that the suspect demanded cell phones and money, but now the mistake starts here now where he mentions the hoodie, because I've already said that the one with the dreadlocks was wearing a hat, and that's where I could see the head, the dreadlocks. So he's now twisting here or confusing the hoodie as well as the hat.
But you see, in fact, let me leave that one so that I'm fair to you. Let's go to paragraph 8 thereof, and I read, "I can't remember the color of the hoodie jacket the suspect was wearing. I can remember that the second suspect was wearing a hat, but I don't know the color of the hat. I don't see the second suspect. I didn't see the second suspect properly, and I cannot describe him or identify him.
Angikhumbuli-ke umbala we-hoodie jacket umsola owayegqokile. Ngiyakhumbula-ke ukuthi owesibili umsola wayegqoke isigqoko, kodwa-ke angikwazi umbala wesigqoko. Angikhumbuli angizange ngimbone-ke umsola wesibili kahle, futhi-ke angeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngimchazeke noma ngimkhombe umsola wesibili.
Going back to lento ade ngisho ukuthi I think kube khona i-misunderstanding between yami noShabir, for which futhi ngoba uShabir angithuki. So engikushoyo ukuthi la nje bese ngichazelile mina ukuthi kukanjani yena uphambanise ihoodie nesigqoko kuphela.
As I've already said that
angithuki.
there was a misunderstanding between myself and Shabiri, and because it's Shabiri, I am that doesn't what's the word now? That doesn't amaze me because it is a Shabiri. So, but here he confused the hoodie as well as the hat.
But you see that, to see that you agree with that description that you give here, you even signed here. Oh no, let me leave it. Let me not be unfair to you. I'll leave it at that because I see the correction was only for the scratch part, so I don't want to be taking that it's for the whole paragraph. Then let me just see if there's anything that I'm missing from the last paragraph. Then I should be done with my. Now this one is in cross-examination. My lord, before I conclude, I see it's only 5 minutes. Can I take instructions? Then I'll wrap up.
Okay. Is it 1 o'clock?
Thank you, Madam. That's it. I don't have any further questions for the witness.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Nisi. Yeah, 1 or 2. If you go to the third one, I will disallow it. Okay, let's
need to talk to you. I must greet you first. You still remember that? Thank you. Now, you're saying the 5-minute estimation that you made was an estimation from the time at which the two intruders got into the house up until the point at which you went out of the door, not so?
Lo 5 minutes okhulume ngayo ke uthi ubuqagela nje ukuthi kusukela ngesikhathi laba bawu2 bengena kwaze kwayisikhathi la wena ke usuphuma endlini.
Yeah, ngithe less than 5 minutes.
Yes, I said less than 5 minutes.
And at that point, actually before you went out of the house, it was at a time at which you met Senzo, who was going a direction that was an opposite one to the one at which you were going. In other words, he was going into the greater portion of the house when you were walking out of the house.
Ila uhlangana khona no Senzo yena esengenela ngaphakathi ke endlini wena uphumela ngaphandle.
Yebo.
Yes.
Will I then be correct to say that at that point in time, the tussle or the squeamishness that you testified so deeply about it was no longer there?
Leso Scuffle leso ke bese singasekho ke manje ngathi kwenzeka lokho.
Yebo.
Yes.
And you don't know whether after you had left the house they regrouped and the squeamishness started again?
Awazi ke noma umusuphumile ke wena endlini baphinde bahlangana futhi kwaphinda ke kwane Scuffle futhi awukwazi ngoba ubuphumile endlini ngithi.
Cha ngikwazi uba ngisengaphandle.
No, I don't know because I was outside.
Thank you, sir. You went to the Ngashes. We are told that the family that you went into is the Ngashes and that's not in dispute. Excuse me?
Ngache.
Yes, the Ngashes.
Ngache. NGC Ngache.
I was to pronounce kahle. So I understand, I hear what you are saying.
I hear what you're saying.
Thank you, sir. You went into the yard and then you came back.
Yes.
Yebo kunjalo.
Now, when you came back, am I right to have understood you that when you came back, you found Senzo at a particular point in the house?
Uma usubuya ke ila uthi khona ke kunendawo thizeni endlini ke manje la owamthola uSenzweleli khona.
Yebo.
Yes.
And as you were busy trying to find out what is happening with him, you heard some bang from one of the doors. You went to the door and then it was Mr. Madlala. You assisted him to get out of that room and then you went back to Senzo.
Wezwa ke ukuthi kunomsindo khona kwestabhe sithize waya ke wathola ukuthi uTumelo wamsiza ke nabuyela kuSenzo.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, in relation to the house, and I'm going to request that probably the dining room situation of the house as a whole, or the sketch plan of the house be flighted. Now, excuse me, sir. Sketch plan. Let's go to the sketch plan. Now, there is something that I'm going to request you to clarify this court on in relation to the aspect that I've asked you about. Now, I assume that when you came back from the Ngashes, you used the very same door that you used to go out of the door, which is the main kitchen door, not so?
Ngicabanga ukuthi uma usubuyeka ubuya kwaNgache usebenzise sona ke stapa lesi owuphume ngaso ukuthi uphinde ubuyele phakathi endlini.
Yebo, ngisebenzisa sona.
That's correct. I used the same door.
Then you are into the house exactly when you came back. Who was the first person that you saw when you get into the house?
Uma usubuya ke ubani umuntu oqala owahlangana naye ke uma usubuya manje ubuya kwaNgache ubani umuntu oqala owahlangana naye lapha endlini?
uMakheli.
Kelly's mother.
Where did you meet her?
Kuphi nendawo?
Ngaphandle ngasemnyango lo kitchen.
Outside close to the kitchen door.
Okay, thanks. She's outside the house. Let's get into the house. who's then the person that you're meeting in the house?
Loyo ke uhlangana naye ngaphandle. Ngaphakathi ke endlini ubani umuntu oqala owahlangana naye?
Angisakhumbuli kodwa ngikhumbulayo ukuthi ngabona uSenzo ngoba ngiyasho ukuthi ngangena ekitchen ngadlula ngathi mangijikela ngase ngaka left shoot mangibuka ngaka right sorry mangibuka isithombe kanje ila ngahlangana khona noSenzo ke phansi.
I can't remember, but I know that I met Senzo. I went through the kitchen and then I turned right, and then as I turned right, when I looked on my right hand side, that's where I saw Senzo lying down.
Thank you, sir. Now, exactly when you turned to your right, where did you see him? Or where was he?
Kuphi down.
Ukuthi le dining room ke la angazi noma babe sketch up plan from ayikho lokhu kuseduze la.
Kuphi?
Ama couch lawo. Akukho isikhala esikanje.
Okay. Asondelene wona.
I couch nodonga lisondelene so ukuthi la libukeka ngathi kunodonga liswele kusithile ngazi umyayiswa lento engisho.
When you look on the picture itself, the couches or the couch and the wall are close to each other, but now based on the sketch, it is drawn differently. It looks like there's a huge gap.
Wow, okay, now let's simplify it. I'm going to request a colleague to beam us the sitting room situation. I think you're right, that color was also blindfolding me. Let's get to the sitting room. I don't know what photos are these, but yeah. Let's see the other one. The other one?
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
This one. Yes. I think that is photo number 56. No. 57, yes. Down photo number 57. You turn from the kitchen arc and you're looking right into the sitting room where you were initially seated. Then where do you see Senzo?
Position. Please pick the picture up because that's it. La. Sukela la ukuza ngala.
Here,
Yeah.
from there,
So inyawo ngala ukuza umuntu emuteza ngala.
Yes.
it's the feet that is now on the mat itself, and then the whole body coming towards this side. That is now the bottom part of the picture.
Yes. And then you said immediately you went to him and then you had this other body from one of the sleeping rooms. You went there to assess him. But then you went back to Senzo, who was still sleeping there.
Umusu ubuya kuTumelo waphindela khona ke kuSenzo owayesaleli khona lapho.
Yebo ayiphansi.
Yes, he was on the floor.
That is at a point where you then lifted his white shirt and realized that he has got a wound on his sternum.
Wase uphakamisa ke iskipa ila ubona khona ke ukuthi unenxeba.
Yebo kunoma sakho ukuthi ngaliphakamisa kuqala before ngokuTumelo noma but ngaliphakamisa ngabona inxeba lala likhona.
Yes, what I just can't remember well is whether I did that before I went to Tumelo or after I came back from Tumelo, but I remember seeing the wound, yes.
Yes. Now, I assume, or will I be correct to assume that when you came back, you were now in the company of Tumelo?
Umusu ubuya ke manje uhamba noTumelo.
Bese kubuya ngokuvulela.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
After you had opened
Yes.
the room where he was.
Yes.
And then immediately thereafter, what then happened? Did other people get into their house or what happened?
Emuva kwalokho ke ngabe kwangena abanye abantu endlini noma kwenzekani?
Yebo babekhona abantu ababesendlini njengoba ngishilo ukuthi ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kakhona nomakhelwane khona owazi wathi fonelana amaphoyisa omunye noma kakusa uyena lo wathi ngoba usaphila mphuthumisene esibhedlela. That's when vele sasesimqubula nathi ke in assistance labafana baka next door umfana ka next door no Tumelo nabanye abafana babesebekhona kakusegcwele nje kodwa.
Yes, there were people because as I said that even the neighbors were there. I remember the other one saying because he's still alive called the police. That's when he then picked him up as well as other young men, even the one from the neighbors.
Now, at the time when, now you're saying at the time at which you picked him from that very same spot that you have shown there, already the boy from Ngache's family was there, and he also assisted you to pick him up from that very same spot.
Uthi ke kulokho ke nalo wakwanqatheke wayesekhona naye wakusiza ukumphakamisa khona lapho.
Yebo.
Yes.
And you then took him straight to the Moravia Highkill, which is now the access.
Namhamse emotweni.
Yebo.
Yes.
Okay. You know the reason why I'm asking you this, because this court has heard from Mr. Ngache, that's now young Ngache, that when he got into the house, can you please go back to the sketch plan? When he got into the house, he found Senzo lying at that opening that leads to the I think it's an opening of the kitchen that leads into the main what do they call it now? It's a corridor. No, wait.
Yeah.
Yes, he found him lying there, and he was just alone there. There was nobody that was assisting him.
Imbangela ukuthi ngikubuzeke lo mbuzo ngoba lo wakwanqatheke ukhaya uthi uma ibuya yena ke wambona khona lapha yala ubukhombe khona kungenamuntu omsizayo.
Cela ukuba nisho uthi wambona la kule arc le.
Did he say he saw him where the witness is pointing?
Passage. That's where.
That is exactly where he saw him, but more into the passage.
Uthi kakhulukazi epassage ni kuthi la ambona khona kungenamuntu eyedwa kungenamuntu omlekelelayo noma omsizayo.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi umfana waka Nqashe wangena after mina. So mina ngafikela kuyena uSenzo. The only time engasuka eduze kwaSenzo was when ngiyovulela uTumelo. Ngase ngibuyela kuyena uSenzo.
Yes.
I think the Ngache gentleman, a guy, came into the house, or he came into the house after me.
Yes.
And I found Senzo there. The only time I left Senzo was when I went to Tumelo to open for Tumelo, and then I came back to Senzo.
So angazi ke noma yena ungene ngalesikhathi ngisayovulela uTumelo ngibuya noma kodwa egcineni uSenzo wayenami phansi ngoba ithawula engangilisebenzisa imina ngimpresse ngalelo thawula.
So I don't know whether he came in at the time when I had gone to assist Tumelo, but eventually I came back to Senzo and the towel. I'm the one who was assisting Senzo using that towel.
Yes, Mr. Thwala, that's not in dispute. But the point here being, you are saying when you came back from the Ngaches, when you got into the house, you found Senzo sleeping at the point at which you pointed this coordinate. So.
Kodwa ke okushoyo asiphikisi lo qedwe kusho kodwa okushoyo ukuthi wena wamthola elelikile yandawo wena oyikhombile angithi.
Yebo.
Yes.
And you further saying that there were other people in the house ultimately who assisted with the lifting of Senzo or to carry him into the Moravia Highkill that was standing outside, amongst others. Who assisted you to do so was the Ngache boy.
Uphinde uqhubekeke uthi wasizwa noma walekelwa abantu uqhubula uSenzo nemsemotweni phakathi kwalabo bantu ke kwakukhona ukhaya Ngache.
Yebo ngikushilo lokho.
Yes, I said
ngisasho futhi namanje. Yimina ngifike eqala kunomfana wakaNqashe. Ngasiza uTumelo. Ngase ngibuyela kuSenzo. Abantu bese befika nje bengisho ukuthi kwase kuyogcwala abantu. Angishongo ukuthi ngifike ngafica abantu abaningi or ngafica umfana wakaNqashe. Umfana wakaNqashe ufike emva kwami. Wase yangisiza equbuleni uSenzo. Kwase kufika nje bengisho ukuthi kwase kukhona nabantu ababefika nomakhelwane kwayibona abashoyo. So I was
Not that he got there before me. I got there before him. I then went to assist Tumelo. I came back. And then that's when the people came, as I said. Not that he got there before me.
I'm not suggesting that he could have arrived before you. That's the sequence that I'm trying to give you. That you arrived there after you had entered the house. You turn into your right, you realize that Senzo was sleeping at the point where you have pointed to this court. Then from there you heard somebody knocking in one of the doors there. You went to assist him. You realized that it was Mr. Madlala, and then you went back to Senzo. He was still sleeping at that very same point. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now you are saying that there came a point where you then decide, there was a suggestion that Senzo should be taken to hospital because he was still alive, and others suggested that police should also be called, which is the right thing. When all that was happening, Senzo was still lying there, not so?
Khona konke lokho kukhulunywa ngepolice station, kukhulunywa amaphoyisa, kukhulunywa ngokuthi asiwe esibhedlela usaphila, kwenzeka lokho uSenzo usalele kuleya ndawo.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now people say, let us then take him out to the motor vehicle, and amongst those people who assisted you to take him from the point where he was lying is Mr. Ngache's son.
Kulabo bantu abakusiza ke noma babelekelela ke ukuthi kuqhutshule uSenzo kuleya ndawo elele kuyona ke asiwe emotweni ukhaya Ngache.
Not so?
Yebo.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Ngache's son says indeed he assisted in carrying Senzo into the motor vehicle, but when he got into the house, he himself, he found Senzo lying just near that ark that gets into the kitchen, not at the place where you have pointed out to this court. And when you got there, Senzo was lying there alone, unattended to.
Ukona ke lokho ke uNgache ke vele walekelela ukubusa uSenzo emotweni, kodwa ke akushoyo ukuthi uma ngabe yena efika ke uSenzo wayengaleli kule ndawo wena ke ikhombile, kodwa eleli khona lapha yana ke kule ndawo beshiyo yena ngaphambilini kungenamuntu omlekelelayo.
Without being disrespectful kulabantu omnini womuzi ngaleli la ngisho khona, ndibe ngikubuzile nami ngasekuqaleni wathi by the ark ngakwi passage, ngoba ngifuna ukucacisa lokho ukuthi njoba ngishilo nami ukuthi inyawo zaSenzo zazi lapha ngakumata, kodwa ubude bakhe bude buzofika ngase passage.
Without being disrespectful to the people of the house or the people there, I did explain as to how Senzo was laying, that his feet were on the mat, but his head or the entire body was stretching up to the passage.
Engizama ukusho ukuthi lo muzi akubona umuzi omkhulu ungathi mhlawumbe umuzi wangalelo hall, umuzi omncane lo, uSenzo mude ucisha abe height yakho.
What I'm then saying is that that's not a big house, that's a small house, and Senzo is tall. He's
Yes.
almost your height.
Yeah, I'm 2.2 meters tall. So he could
Now
be
he's
plus
a-
minus 2 meters, you know.
Yeah,
When you say almost.
goalkeeper.
Yes. No, in other words, what I'm trying to say to you is that what you are saying is not exactly what Mr. Ngache's son is saying, because I understood you to mean that Senzo was lying near the sofa. As Mr. Ngache said, he was just at the kitchen ark that gets into
Bengikuveza kuwena
the
mina ukuthi ke
passage.
lokho kushoyo asikona lokho ebekhulunywa ukhaya Ngache. Wena ukuthi beseduze ngamasofa, yena ebethi nje beseduze neark yase kitchen.
Yet again bengizoba nenkinga mhlawumbe kube bengithe mina uSenzo ubelele kitchen, bengizobona ukuthi hayi cha lapho angeke uze kwazi.
Yes.
So I passage ne dining it's almost the same place.
Okay.
Cishe ube indaba yodwa, even though ngingekho exact ukuthi ikuphi, but it's almost the same place ngoba lo muzi muncane kakhulu. Mhlawumbe ube bengithe uSenzo ube ubelele kitchen mangena, that's ke mhlawumbe ngakudisputa lokho, but lokho okushoyo ukuthi passage no dining room kumina ngibona ku almost the same thing ngoba inla cishe ngimthole khona naye usho the very same place ukuthi nje ku different ngesibale esincane.
We are saying exactly the same thing, myself and Kaya. If that is what you are disputing, it would have been an issue if I had said he was in the kitchen. The kitchen, the dining room, and the passage and the dining room is almost the same place.
Let's go further. He further says that at the time when he got into the house, at that same spot where he said not your spot, where he said he found Senzo. Senzo was lying alone there. Nobody was attending to him. And you are saying you had been with Senzo there at a point where you had pointed out to this court.
aphinde futhi ke athi wena uthi wawumsiza yena uthi kwakungena umuntu wayemsiza.
Yabona ke lapho futhi ngibuya lento engishilo ukuthi what if ungene ngesikhathi ngisayovulela uTumelo, obviously usenze ube yedwa leso sikhathi, then ngase ngabuya mina ngaya kuyena ngeke ngize ngingene endlini ngimbone usenze limele bese ngenzani ukuthi ngihamba ngayohlala etoilet mhlawumbe understand ngoba nami lokho engikushoyo ngangizomiyekela nomngane nami ngimbone limele la.
It goes back to what I said that maybe when he came in, it's when I had gone to assist Tumelo. Because there was no way I was going to go into the house, leave my friend as I see that he is hurt, and maybe do what? Go and sit in the toilet.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Madlala. But I'm putting it to you that...
Thwala. Mr. Thwala.
Excuse me?
Mr.
Not
Thwala.
Madlala, you said
Oh,
Madlala.
I'm sorry. Yes, my apologies, Mr.
No
Thwala.
problem.
I'm putting it to you, Mr. Thwala, that as the questions are coming, you are trying to tailor your version that is contradictory to what Mr. Ngache has said to suit the narrative that you are trying to give to this court.
Is there any basis for making this breathtaking statement to the witness? We submit that there isn't
You're
the
saying
basis
there's no
for saying so.
basis. Just for my edification, is it material whether Senzo was lying in the dining room right next to the TV, or he was lying towards the passage and the ark? Does it make any difference? Because the fact of the matter is, the witnesses all say he was shot. Now, even if he was in the bedroom, does it make any difference to the case we are handling here? He was skit, he was shot. All of us listening to the evidence, we all heard that he was shot inside the house, in the kitchen, and I'm saying, like the witness is saying, it's a small house. When you are in the passage and the dining room, the other day I said the way I see it, when you put your leg apart from the kitchen, you are in the passage. Thereafter, dining room.
Thank you.
Thereafter, the ark. If it's material, fine, you can pursue that aim.
I'm not so sure whether the court has already made a prima facie view that these contradictions are not material.
No, that's why I said
Yes.
if it is material,
Yes.
you can continue on that line.
Which is the...
Hello?
I'm sorry, my lord.
You can continue on the same line if it is material for your defense, fine.
Which is the reason why, my lord, I'm putting it to him.
Yeah?
So I'm not so sure what is then the basis of an objection, in the sense that what are the basis of that statement, because I've demonstrated that what Mr. Ngache said and what this witness is saying
it's different.
Exactly not the same thing.
Yes, of
whether
course.
that is material or not is for the court to decide.
Yeah, fine.
Yes.
Yeah, I hear you. Mr.
The substance of the objection was that he's putting to the witness that he's tailoring his evidence.
Oh, tailoring the evidence.
Yes, that's.
Oh, so you say he must explain why he's making that assertion?
Yes, indeed,
That this witness is tailoring his version.
Indeed.
Okay. Mr. Mnisi.
My lord, the witness says initially that Senzo is lying next to the sofas there, next to the couches. But as the questions are coming up, then he starts by saying, and then he comes up with a version that says, no, Senzo was tall. Part of Senzo's body was lying on the couches. Part of Senzo's body was lying near the ark. When initially, in his evidence in chief, that was never said. That was never put to this court, and I can also assume that this court is sharing that version for the first time. Not so. That is the basis why I'm saying that as the case progresses or as cross-examination goes
Okay, go on,
this
go on.
witness is tailoring his evidence to suit a particular narrative that he has come to deliver to this
Okay,
court.
oh.
Thank you, my lords.
Yes, let's continue.
I said to you, Mr. Thwala, basically I would have had 2 questions. Let me go back to my 2 questions, or 1 or 2 questions.
As you please.
Yes. You would recall that in the course of the investigation of this case, you were requested to come and assist with a compilation of an identity kit, which would have assisted the investigators to look around to identify who the possible intruders were in this matter, not so?
Ushilo-ke ukuthi kune ID kit owaya kuyona-ke ukusiza amaphoyisa ukuthi atholeke ukuthi ubani-ke noma kwangaba ubani-ke abambandakanyekayo kulolu cala.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, you would recall, if I'm mistaken, this information that you got from the state, that in that course, you had a consultation with a police officer known as Warrant Officer A.Y. Steenkamp. I think it's a lady. Do you call that?
Kunomama-ke Steenkamp owakhulumisana naye-ke noma waba ne-interview nayo Steenkamp.
Yebo.
Yes.
Umama, yes.
It's a lady, yes.
I'm not so sure whether you recall the date, but in the documents that were submitted to us by the state, it is indicated that you had a consultation with her on the 29th of December 2014.
The 29th of December 2014.
Is that so?
Yes, that's
Yes.
true.
Thank you. Now, very briefly, I just want to put it to you. You said that throughout your evidence, and that's not in dispute, and in a number of statements, or in 1 or 2 of the statements that you also gave to the police, you testified that you were not in a position to identify the type of a firearm that the first intruder had in his possession, not so?
Ushilo-ke kufakazi bakho bonke-ke ukuthi-ke isibhamu lesi awayesiphethe lona wokuqala ngeke ukwazi ukusichaza.
Yebo.
Yes.
However, and please understand me, Ms. Steenkamp wrote in her report that at the time at which she had this consultation with you, you made mention of the fact that the first intruder, who you described as a person having some dreadlocks, had a firearm which was an old revolver.
Kodwa-ke kwabhalile yena uSteenkamp uthi wena wachazanga nanjenge-revolver endala.
Do you understand?
Yes.
That's what I'm putting to you. Is that what you told her?
Ilokho wamtshela kona.
Angikhumbuli ngikusho lokho kodwa end of the day ngakhuluma ngesikhathi ngigcina la ngaze ngangidide ukuthi kwa revolver yini revolver. Yena vele wayelisebenzisa lelo gama le revolver, but mina personally ngangayazi revolver, angiyazi revolver mina.
I remember saying that. I also remember that on the last time that I was here, when it was mentioned that I don't even know what a revolver is. Yes, she made mention of that name, but I personally don't know what kind of a firearm a revolver is.
She made mention of the word revolver. In what context did she mention it?
Uma uthi wayelisho yena lelo gama wayelisho uma kwenze njani noma kwakungani alisho.
I think umuntu mawumchazela mawuthi uyakubuza nje efuna ukwazi information kumina uzosebenzisa vele obviously ama type A bomb afisa angibuza ukuthi mhlambe was it a revolver, was it AK or whatever, uzosebenzisa lawo magama lawo awasebenzisayo.
When it is that she is asking me questions and she wants to understand, yes indeed she is going to make mention of the words in trying to establish on me which kind of a firearm it was, a revolver, an AK. So she is going to make mention of the names.
Because mina ngikwaziyo ngangimtshela ukuthi angizazi ibhamu.
What I know,
Angizazi ibhamu.
which I told her, is that I know nothing about firearms, or I don't know firearms.
Let us not use parables, Mr. Thwala. Let us be precise in what we're saying. What exactly, in what context, what exactly did Ms. Steenkamp say about this revolver? You said she made mention of a revolver. What did she say about this revolver? Let's take out the AK-47s and all other firearms. What exactly did she say about this revolver?
Asiyeke ezinye ibhamu lezo ishilo kama AK kodwa yinike awayeyisho nanjengoba usho ukuthi ke yakuyigama wayelisebenzisa vele yena wayelisebenzisa ethini ngayo irevolver.
Angeke ngize ngisakhumbula ukuthi wayekhuluma ethini nge-revolver.
I won't be able to
Ngoba
remember.
engikuchazela kona ufuna ukudispute ngithi, so angeke ngize akukho okuzodlula lokho ke.
Because you are disputing what I'm saying, so nothing will be above that. Because I won't be able to remember exactly as to what it is that she was saying about the revolver.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi mhlambe yena ke usengeza ke mhlambe yena achaze ke yena ukuthi wayengichazela kanjani.
I think that maybe she would then have to come and explain as to how she said it to me.
Before she comes, Mr. Thwala, we need to get your vision. Understand, you are the one who is saying Ms. Steenkamp, in the course of the interview that she had with you, is the one who mentioned a revolver. Now, I want to know from you, in what context, what is it that you are saying about the revolver? How did she use the word revolver in the context of the interview that she had with you? What did she say was wrong with this revolver?
Wayethi yini wrong ngale revolver?
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi angisakhumbuli kahle ukuthi sit down yami naye uMrs Steenkamp yayithini. Engikushoyo ngoba wena ungibuze ngegama le revolver. Ngathi igama le revolver lali mention nawe yena ngoba engichazela ngizothini inhlobo zezibhamu ngoba ngangimtshenela ukuthi angizazi ibhamu mina. So obviously igama le revolver lasuka lapho. He has a making mention kuwena ukuthi wayesho ukuthi is a revolver, is it an AK, is it the what. So angazi ukuthi mina wayifu igama le revolver ke lingena kanjani ke lapho yazalibhala statement kodwa yena walisha igama le revolver kumina.
I don't know as to how my sit down was with her, but as you were asking me and you made mention of the word revolver,
yes.
I was then explaining that she was then asking about or mentioning the different types of firearms. So I don't know as to how the word of the revolver then came in trying to clarify or find out to me the weapon that was used.
Hence ngisho ukuthi mhlawumbe yena mayesefika ke yena uyoclarify lokho ngoba nami ngiyasho ukuthi sengikhohliwe kangeke ngize ngikhumbule yonke into. But ke ngiyazama ngayo yonke indlela ukuthi ngikuphendule lo mbuzo.
And so I'm saying that when she comes, she will then clarify because I won't be able to remember everything and I'm trying to answer that question.
You're saying that the word revolver, she's the one who actually introduced it in the context of your conversation. Do I understand you?
Ngikuzwa
Well, in
kahle
that regard.
uthi uyena owalisebenzisa leli gama kuyinkulumo enani nayo.
Yebo,
Yes.
ngiyakusho lokho.
I can say that.
Njengomuntu ozaziyo yena ibhamu.
As someone who's familiar with firearms,
When she introduced it, what is it that she wanted to try and find out from you when she introduced this word revolver?
uma esebenzisa leli gama ethi revolver kwakuyini awayenesifiso sokuyazi kuwena uma ngaba eveza leli gama le revolver?
Muhle lo mbuzo kodwa ubuza umuntu wrong. Kufanele ubuze yena.
That's a good question, but you're asking it to the wrong person. You can maybe put it to her.
Ukuthi yini la ifuna ukuyisho njengoba usho ukuthi what was she trying to.
As you are saying, as to what it is that she was trying to establish.
You're saying you consistently kept on telling her that you do not know the types of firearm. All that you know is that this person who was the first intruder had a firearm. Is that what you're saying?
Uthi ubuqhubeka njalo nje usho kuyena ukuthi inhlobo zezibhamu uzazi kodwa kwazi ukuthi lo woqala wangena wayephethe isibhamu.
Yebo.
Yes.
And yet, despite that explanation of yours, she went on to write here that in terms of in terms of what the first suspect had in his possession, you said he had an old revolver. Despite the explanation that you said no, you you can't actually describe the type of firearm that the suspect had in his possession, not so?
Kodwa ke noma kunjalo ukushilo wena lokho ukushilo kodwa yena umebhala phansi ubhala irevolver endala.
Oh, revolver. Njengoba usho nje now. Yes.
As you say, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Thwala. I'm putting it to you, Mr. Thwala, that there's no way in which a person who could not have been in the house on that day in question would simply assume or thumbsuck information and put it in such an important document. You are the one who told him, her. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Jonas.
Akwenzeki-ke noma angeke kwenzekeke ukuthi umuntu owayengekho endlini angabhala phansi lento ayibhalileke noma ayincele esithupheni ukuthi abhale lokho akubhalile kodwa yena-ke kwakuwumuntu owayengekho endlini without.
I'm putting it to you that all the information that is contained in this so important document is information that you got from you.
Konke lokho akubhalileke kuleya document ayiphetheke uadvocate Mnisi ukuthi information le awayithola kuwena.
Engakusho ukuthi kona kulokho angeke uzusho ukuthi umuntu wayengekho endlini lapha. Akazi ukuthi orubhale into ayibhalile ngoba bakhona ababengekho endlini kodwa bakhuluma izinto ezazingekho abafuna nami ngivuma izinto ezazingekho.
Bambela phokhe. What you are saying now is that there is no way or it is impossible for someone who was not in the house could have written that. But there are people who were in the house who are saying, sorry, my apologies, who were not in the house, who are saying their own things, who want me to admit to things that they say, yet they were not in the house.
Hence Mr. Steenkamp engikushoyo ukuthi mhlambe yena uzoza ukuthi azoclarify ezinye izinto ngoba nje bengisho ukuthi okunye angisakukhumbuli osasikukhuluma lapha angimphikisi angiphiki nami kodwa ngakho ngithi naye uzoza azoclarisha lezi zinto eyishoyo zama revolver nantontoni.
As I'm saying that then Mrs. Steenkamp will then come to court and clarify the issues that you are mentioning about the revolvers and what. I am not disputing it or saying what, but hence I'm saying that she would come and clarify those things.
Now, Mr. Thwala, I don't want us to go around in circles. Now, just now you're saying you're not disputing what she's saying. Do I understand you well, that you don't dispute what she's saying?
Kodwa ukuthi ke manje uthi awungeke ke umphikise noma uthinike
ngiphendula
okay yebo
ngiphendula from lento content yento oyishoyo wena yokuthi uthi umuntu wayengekho endlini angafike abhale into engekho. That's why ngiqale ngakutshela ukuthi bakhona ababengekho endlini ababefuna mina personally ngivuma izinto ezazingekho.
I am answering that based on the context of what you've just said to me, which is then why I am saying that there are people who were not in the house yet wanted me to admit to things.
Hence ngisho ukuthi Mrs. Steenkamp ngiyacela ke nami ukuthi ayizele la enkantolo uzofika clarify ngoba ngithi nganginayo sobabili. So mina lokho engikushoyo makuthi awukuzwa wena uzoza lokho akushoyo ke yena ke bese la enkantolo.
And so I'm then making this request that maybe Ms. Steenkamp should come and then clarify. Isn't it that you don't get or take what I am saying? Maybe you will then understand or accept what she is saying or she would be saying.
When it comes to legality, revolve. Obviously, you are a defense, so you understand.
When it comes to the word revolver, because clearly you are a defense, I understand.
No, as I'm standing here just for your information, I'm not a defense, I'm an officer of this court. I'm here to assist the court to come to a just and equitable finding in respect of this case. I'm not here to defend anything. I'm here as an officer of this court. But that was just, for your own information. No, he says you must interpret that to him.
I
Can
understand.
go on, Mr. Miss. He
No,
says he understand.
I'm fine. Now, Mr. Thwala, still on the issue of the revolver, I know what I'm going to put to you here. You're not privy to that information. But this is what is also happening. The investigating officer, Mr. Kininda, when he approached a magistrate to apply for a warrant of arrest against all these accused persons here,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He penned or he submitted an affidavit, that is statement under oath, where he also says in that affidavit of his that one of the intruders, the gentleman who had dreadlocks, who had a firearm in his possession when he got into the house, had a revolver in his possession.
Lana ke ukutshela ke ngalokho okwenziwa uyena ke umseshi noma umphenyi ke waleli cala uGininda noma ke uBrigadier Gininda wathi uma eseya kwimantshi noma ke eyobona imantshi eyokwenza ke isicelo salokhu ke abathi i-warrant of arrest ukugunyaziswa ke ukuboshwa kwabo abasolwa bonke laba abaphambi kwalenkantolo unencwadi ke efungelo lena abathi affidavit awayenza ke ethi ke omunye walabo abangena endlini lona owayenama dreadlocks futhi ke ephethe isibhamu wayephethe i-revolver manje yinto leyo ebhalwe kuleyo affidavit yakhe uBrigadier Gininda.
So, as I've said, you might not be privy.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can perhaps counsel just produce that affidavit, show it to the witness and say, in this paragraph, this is what Gininda is saying, unlike, just making such a general statement. Scott, please.
Yes, Mr. Mnisi.
I'll do that, my lord.
When?
I'm going to do it now.
Oh, fine.
But I'm not so sure whether should I understand that objection as an insinuation that is not the case. Because from where I am seated and I understand the basis of this objection is that it could be that affidavit is not there, and it is an affidavit that was discovered to us by the state. I would expect the state to be privy to that information, but let me do it, my lord. Thank you. Does it please the court, my lord?
What's you say it was discovered, that affidavit?
Yes, it was discovered by the state.
Yeah, fine. What annexure is it?
I'm not so sure whether it's part of the annexures, my lord, but
How
that's...
can you discover it if it's not?
My lord?
How can Mr. Baloyi discover it if he hasn't itemized it?
It's a statement, my lord. It's a content of the docket. It could not have been part of the exhibits, my lord, because it's the content of the document that was made available to us as we prepared for this trial, my lord. And I'm referring to A198, that's A198 of Fosslores case. Fosslores case 636-10 of 2014. I'm not so sure if my colleague has got that paper or it's got that information. Now on page, unfortunately this affidavit is not numbered, but I think it's on page number, it's 1, 2, 3. I think it's paragraph 3. Paragraph 3 is subdivided into semi-paragraphs. Specifically on subparagraph 3.3.
3.3.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Now he says, paragraph 3.3, my lord, he says, and I'm going to read into the record, my lord. He says, the photos that were found on his cell phone memory showed him wearing the same clothing that were identified by witnesses on the day of the incident as the person carrying a revolver upon entering the house. This affidavit was commissioned on the 3rd of October 2020, and the commissioner being Batubakaye Belina Mohola, who is a sergeant, designation a police officer, and he was commissioned at Troya Sanaside Police Station.
I've listened. The question was, or the request was, you show it.
Indeed, we are aware of that affidavit.
That's all.
We're just saying, just point out the relevant portions
That's
to the
it.
witness.
That was a request by Mr. Baloyi that show the witness the affidavit.
I don't see any reason why should I show this witness an affidavit, madam.
Oh, you prefer-
Is it not sufficient if I
Okay, fine.
if I've read the content of this affidavit into the record to why should it really be necessary for me to say, Mr. Witness, this is the affidavit, can you read? What if this witness does not even know how to read, my lord? Because we have not yet established this level of education, except for the fact that he was editing a book. He edited a book. But in essence, what I'm trying to say, my lord, is that what I'm putting to this witness is not information that I'm sucking.
No, fine. So you're
Which
not,
is
you're not going to show the witness?
Yes.
Yeah, fine, no problem.
Yes. I'm then not so sure whether my colleague is happy now about the fact that Mr. Kininda said what I've put to this witness, because that was the gist. I'm not so sure if he's happy.
I thought,
My Lord, as we indicated, the basis of the objection was that when you put a proposition to a witness, you show the witness the relevant portion for that witness to comment. That's all that we are asking.
As it is the court, my lord, I think to put this matter beyond doubt, which is actually the functionality of the state here, to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, may I, with the leave of court, show this witness the portion that I've referred to?
I thought both of you are officers of the court. You and Mr. Baloyi, and you are here to assist this court to establish the truth.
Excuse me, my lord.
I said, I thought both of you are officers of this court.
That's correct, my
And you would agree how to go about establishing the truth, assisting the court.
Exactly, my lord. Which
Now,
is
how do you argue? I'm not going to show you, I'm going to read it.
yes, my lord. Which is the reason why.
And ultimately, you show him.
Which is the reason why, my lord, I'm a bit perturbed on the basis of the objection by the state, which is the reason why I actually indicated earlier on. Is it then suggested that the information that I'm putting to this witness is not correct?
Okay, Mr. Minister.
As it is the court, my lord. Are you
Uthi
happy,
naye
sir?
ke leyakubonisa yena-ke noma akufundela yona iy'thombe ezatholakala kumakhalekhukhwini wakhe noma kwimemori yayo-ke zikhombisa yena-ke noma zimtshengisa egqoke iy'mpahla ekuyizona lezi-ke akhonjwa ngazo awofakazi ngalelo langa lesigameko nanjengomsolwa ephethe i-revolver nkathi engena endlini. Uthi istatement-ke sikaGininda lesi.
I know.
Should I reply?
Excuse me.
Should I reply?
As I've said, as I've said in my prelude, that you might not be privy to this information, because when Kininda penned that affidavit, you were not there. If you've got a comment, you can comment. If you don't have, you can simply say, I don't have a comment.
Nanjengoba wawungekho nkathi.
Comment uzoyizela yini uGinini?
Kininda will come himself, no comment.
Thank you, sir.
Kushi editor.
Says the editor.
My Lord, I had indicated that I would only be having 2 questions. That is the end of my 2 questions.
Okay.
Thank you, my Lord. I've got no further questions to this witness. Thank you, my Lord.
Was it 2?
Excuse me.
Yes, Mr. Uma.
My lord, I see it's 5 to 3. I'm not sure whether it will be fair for me to commence my cross-examination now.
What time do we retire, Mr.
May.
Malloy?
At 3:30, my lord.
Continue. If you don't finish, there's still tomorrow.
So I'm going to commence my cross-examination in the following respect. How did you meet the deceased on the 25th of October 2014?
Ngizoqala ke ngalendlela uma nihlangana ke nomufi nge25 nahlangana kanjani?
Sahlangana Orlando Stadium. Ngiyobuka igame yakhe.
We met at Orlando Stadium. I went to watch a game where he was playing.
Yeah, wayidlala lo game ebusuku.
It was a night game.
Wayethe ngingahambi ngimlinde ngiyazi mina silindana kuphi naye kwi-entrance yasema la ungena emaswithini so ngamlinda lapho sasihlangana lapho.
He had requested me not to leave. I know where we normally meet at the entrance of the suites, so that's where I waited for him.
How did you meet him? Did he phone you or he picked you up at your home in Katlehong?
Ingabe wakufonela noma nahlanga noma wayokulanda kini eKatlehong?
Uyangidida kumbuzo manje.
The question is now confusing me.
Wayidlala igame yena on mhla 25 angithi. Waqeda igame sahlangana naye emaswithini. So
he was playing a game on the 25th, so after the game we met at the suites.
Did you arrange that you were going to meet?
Engaba into nanihlelile ukuthi nizohlangana?
Yebo sasihlelile.
Yes, we did.
Can you remember the cell phone number that the deceased was using during that period?
Usayikhumbula yini i-cell number awayisebenzisa ngaleso sikhathi?
Noma ngeke ngisayikhumbula kahle but u-082 ngasho ukuthi uVodacom. I think u-08299 angisazi ngangiyazi ngekhanda kodwa it's 9
I knew
years.
it back then, but it was a Vodacom 08299, but I don't know.
Or 079 zawu2 angisazi ngingasho kanjalo because
There are now
but I think
two.
it was uVodacom kuyinamba ka Vodacom
It was a Vodacom number.
because sesiwu2 inamba ayisebenzisa ngesikhathi before
Was
short.
he using
He was
only,
using two numbers before his passing.
so he had two cell phone numbers?
Angeke ngizisho ukuthi he had two cell phone. Yeah, ngingasho kanjalo yes.
I would say so, yes.
Yes.
How many cell phones did he have?
Ama-cell phone wona ayemangaki?
Iyayodwa kwi-iPhone.
One, an iPhone.
Does the number or the following number ring the bell? The 277143795551.
Can you repeat it, please? 27?
277143795551.
I think leyo number ke number eseyisebenzisa entsha leyo ngoba le enye ngiyazi ukuthi kaku-082 but because of isigameko esasenzeka between yena noKelly noMandisa imedia nani wayesebenzisa enye inumber so that's why ngisho zazi ukuthi inumber.
Yes, I'm saying that he had two numbers. That number was now a new number because of the incident that was happening with him, Kelly, and Mandisa, the media. I think that was now the new number.
Was that the number, the 071 number, or the number ending 551, the number that he was using on the 26th of October 2014?
Le number lena akaqeda uyifunda manje ephela ngo-551 ingabe iyona yini inumber awayisebenzisa nge-26 ka-October 2014?
Ngiyacabanga anginayisho ngiyacabanga.
I think so. I'm not certain. I think so.
You told this court that the deceased arrived around 1900 hours in the evening. Do you confirm that? You told this court that the deceased, I'm sorry. Longwe Thwala, I'm sorry. Longwe Thwala arrived around 1900 hours on the 26th of October 2014.
Uyitshelile lenkantolo ukuthi uLongwe ke wafika ngabo 7 ebusuku ke ngalela langa lela lesigameko.
Yebo.
Yes.
When he entered the house, was he alone? Or he was in the company of some other people?
Uma engena endlini wangena ehamba yedwa noma wangena ehamba nabantu?
Wangena ehamba yedwa.
Alone.
So when Tumelo Madlala went out for a smoke,
So I think he's saying something.
Angisazi uma ukuthi usho yedwa, are you implying yedwa as in without abantu babesendlini noma usho ukuthi mhlawumbe bangena nomunye umuntu or nabanye abantu?
When you
Just
are saying,
clarify lokho.
if you can just clarify when you say was he alone, are you referring to someone from within the people that were inside the house or someone else, if you were just to clarify that?
I mean when he entered the house.
Angisazi noma ungena noZandi yini.
I don't know whether he came in with Zandi or what.
I'm asking this because, okay, before I get there, you told this court that there was a stage when Tumelo Madlala went out for a smoke. You then accompanied Tumelo Madlala.
Uyitshelile ke lenkantolo ukuthi kunesikhathi la khona uTumelo waphuma ke eyobhema wase nawe uyamkhapha ke.
Yebo.
Yes.
At that stage, had Longwe Thwala arrived?
Wayesefikile yini ngaleso sikhathi uLongwe Thwala?
Yes, wayesekhona.
Yes, he was there.
Did anyone went outside to fetch Longwe Thwala, or he came in on his own?
Ingabe khona yini umuntu owaphuma eyolanda uTumelo uLongwe ngaphandle noma wangena ehamba yedwa?
Ilokho ngisho ukuthi angisakukhumbuli kahle noma ngathi uZandi waphuma wayakuyena wabuye sebuya noZandi.
That's what I'm referring to, that I can't remember well whether Zandi went out to go and fetch him.
Do you confirm that you had not mentioned that, whether you cannot remember whether he came in alone or Zandi went out to fetch him? Before I ask you this question, you haven't said that in your evidence in chief. Do you confirm that you haven't said that in your evidence in chief, whether you cannot remember whether he came on his own or Zandi went out to fetch him, until I ask you about that?
Uzokhumbula yini ukuthi inkathi advocate ke umshushisi ke ekuyena ke ebekulida ke ubufakazi bakho ukuthi awukushongo lokho kwazi kwayisikhathi mina engikubuza ngakho ke engikubuza ngaso ukuthi ke awukhumbuli noma ukuthi uZandi wahamba wayomlanda noma wangena yedwa yini?
The witness did testify that Longwe did arrive there. This aspect was perhaps at that stage not raised specifically, but he did mention that Longwe arrived.
Remember, I keep on saying, if there's a contradiction, is it material or not? The fact that Longwe came alone there, went inside the house alone, or was fetched by Zandi, and together they came in. At the end of the day, Longwe went into that house. I mean, that's the point.
I'll leave that for argument, madam. Thank you.
Yes.
Let us go to Exhibit 01 of the record. Exhibit 01, Mr. Thwala, is an affidavit by Colonel Stein, the one who analyzed the records. Let us go to page 87 of Exhibit 01.
87.
87.
Just a moment, please.
Colonel Stein did say his affidavit is split into two. If counsel, maybe this Exhibit 01 and 02.
Yeah.
Exhibit 01.
1 ends with 46.
Page 87.
There's no page 87.
There's no
It says it's
87.
been split into two.
Engine 46.
It's 02, exhibit 02, the last page of exhibit 02.
Ngibona O2. Ngibona phela. 47. Okay. Okay. I think this is the page, but can you press it because it's also the 1047.
Page 87 of exhibit 01. Sorry, not 02, 01. It's an exchange between Zandi and Longwe Thwala. It contains the SMSs.
Just read, I'll tell you if it is.
Okay. The SMS that was sent according to exhibit 01 on the 26th of October 2014 at 8 hours 26 minutes 45 seconds PM.
Yeah, the page is the same. We've got the page, but it's not 87, but you can read.
Oh, okay.
Hi, how can you say that?
No, I'm saying that it's not 87.
Yeah, no, what you read into the record must be correct.
Okay, my lord.
Because if it goes to any other court, they don't know that you said, no, it doesn't matter, you can go on.
Sorry, my lord.
I will just lend you this one, but it must be returned there.
You want the SMS that says, I'm waiting outside?
The other one, my lord.
Oh, I see.
Yes. I've moved on.
Yeah, no, it's in the second.
Is that the one?
This is 87.
Okay.
So those are the exchange of SMSs between Longwe Thwala and Thwala 2. It was sent on the 26th of October 2014 at 8 hours 26 minutes 45 seconds. The content of the SMS was, and I quote, Senzo is dead. They just shot him in front of us.
Okay. Now you get the message 24 10 26 8 26. uSenzo ushonile baqeda umdubula phambi kwethu.
I-message esuka kubani yakubani?
From who to who?
It's from Longwe Thwala from the number 27608040043. So it's the number of Longwe Thwala to Thwala 2.
Ithi lana ke Thwala 2 isuka kuLongwe Thwala inumber EU 07608040043. Balwe Thwala 2 la.
Do you see
I don't
that?
know. I hear you.
Yes, I'm continuing. Let us now go to page 42 of exhibit 01.
There's something.
The first paragraph. This is a translation that was attached to this SMS, the one that I've referred to by Colonel Stein. He says the following, and I quote, "The following SMS found on downloads of Longwe confirmed that he didn't shoot Senzo because he mentioned that he was shot in front of them."
Lana ke ubaba uStein ke lona osebenza emaphoyiseni kuyena enza ke ama downloads uthi le SMS elandelayo ke etholwe kuma downloads kaLongwe Thwala iyaqinisekisa ke ukuthi yena ke akazange amdubule uSenzo ngoba ushilo ke ukuthi wadutshulwa phambi kwabo.
You understand that?
Yes.
So, what will be your translation of the content of this SMS? The one that I've referred to.
Wena ke uma utolika lo le SMS ke engiqeda ukufundela yona ke ukuthi ungayichaza noma ungayitolika kanjani?
I-SMS esuka kulongwa ngithe akulo muntu amsendelile. So ngiyacabanga ukuthi uLongwe ufana azela azoyidolikela yena ukuthi i-SMS biqonda ukuthini.
It's an SMS from Longwe, not so, to the person that he was sending it to. So Longwe should come and explain what he meant by the SMS.
But when you are reading the SMS, if you can read the SMS, what does it mean according to you?
Kodwa ngabe
It's opinion evidence. It's a collateral issue. Witnesses answered. It cannot be taken
Mr.
any
Tumelo,
further.
where are you going to? Because Colonel Stein said, it's my opinion. You heard him say that?
Yes.
Stein said, it's my opinion. So you want another opinion?
Yes. If possible.
Okay. Pursue it then.
Yes. What would be your opinion of this SMS?
The opinion
I have no opinion.
of this evidence is irrelevant.
Okay, fine. The witness says he doesn't have an opinion.
Does this not mean that when the deceased was shot, Longwe was also present?
Akusho lokho ukuthi inkathi umufi edutshula uLongwe naye wayekade khona.
Ngiyakuzwa ukuthi uthini.
I hear what you're saying.
Ngendlela yena ayisho ngayo.
According to how he says it,
Ngoba uthi in front of us.
Ngoba
Which wayengekho. So ngiyakuzwa ukuthi
he's saying in front of us, but he wasn't there.
Is it your evidence that when the deceased was shot at Senzo had left? Longwe had left.
Ubufakazi bakho ukuthi nkathi umufi edutshula uLongwe ubese kade ehambile.
Yebo.
Yes.
I put it to you, said that is contrary to the content of the SMS that he sent to Senzo to Thwala too.
Lokho ke kuyaphikisana ke noma kuhambelani ke naloku akuthumele la kuThwala 2.
Njengoba sengishilo ukuthi ngiyacabanga ukuthi bengishilo ukuthi uLongwe wayephumile. So le SMS njengoba isende uyena uLongwe, even though uyasho ukuthi you are putting it to me, but akayizele yena azoyichazela yena le SMS ukuthi ithini yona. Ubeqonda ukuthini la kule SMS.
As I've already mentioned or said that when it happened, Longwe was already out. So Longwe is the one who sent the SMS. So I think that Longwe should then come and explain what this SMS means.
When Longwe Thwala was interviewed on the 29th of October 2014 by Warrant Officer Steenkamp, what is documented by Warrant Officer Steenkamp is the following, and I quote, "The fourth witness was L.S. Thwala. He gave a similar description what happened on the scene. He saw the scuffling between suspect A and the deceased. After hearing the shots, he ran out to look for help. He could not describe the second suspect."
Did I hear? You said N.S. Thwala.
L.S. Thwala.
LS, okay, thanks. Akubhalile phansi ke uwarrant officer Steenkamp ku-interview awayenayo ke naye uLongwe Thwala nge-24 ka-October 2014 ukuthi ke ufakazi wesine eku-LS Thwala naye ke wanikeza ke ngencazelo ke efanayo ke mayelana naye futhi nokuthi wakubona futhi ukulwisana noma iscuffle esasikhona ke phakathi komufi naye ke umsola loyo ukuthe emuva kokuthi kuqhume isibhamu wase ebaleka ke eyofuna usizo.
LS Thwala noma M Thwala?
Is it M Thwala or LS Thwala?
LS Thwala.
LS.
It is abbreviated.
LS.
LS Bawulong.
Is that referring to Longwe? Who's LS? Is it Longwe?
Yes.
Yeah.
Akayizele yena.
Let him come.
and explain. Ngeke ngikhulume
Azochaza.
kulona.
I won't speak on behalf of Longwe.
I will now move to the next aspect of my cross-examination, which is the photo album of the identification parade which was conducted at Jeep Police Station.
Usuya manje ke kwi parade le eyayise Jeep Police Station.
My lord, it should be handed in as Exhibit E2 of the record because Exhibit E1 is the ASAP 329.
Exhibit 2?
E2, my lord. Thank you.
E2?
Yes.
Okay.
You have the photo album of the identification parade. I'll ask the state to assist us.
Well done.
On the 29th of October 2014 at Jeep Police Station, to confirm that Zandile Kumalo was part of the witnesses who were going to conduct the identification parade.
Ngabe uyaqinisekisa yini yokuvuma yini ukuthi ngale date le yange 29 October 2014 uZandile kwakuyingxenye yofakazi ababekhona lapho eJeep beyokhomba nabo?
Yebo.
Yes.
He also confirmed that her mother was also present.
Noma wakhe futhi ekhona?
Yebo.
Yes.
Longwe Thwala was also there.
Ulongwe khona?
Yebo.
Yes.
Tumelo Madlala and yourself. You
Tumelo
confirm that?
nawe futhi?
Yebo.
Yes.
No Kelly.
And Kelly.
For your information, let us go to photo 1 of Exhibit E2 of the record.
Photo 1. Okay. Photo 1.
Zandile Kumalo pointed out at the person carrying number 2 on photo 1 of Exhibit E2.
Nangumuntu owakhonjwa uZandile ke ngaleli langa. Lo phethe number 2.
Her mother pointed out at a person who is carrying number 11. That person is depicted in photos 4 and 5 of Exhibit E2.
Uma wakhe yena ke wakhomba umuntu ophethe unumber 11 loyo muntu ke nangula photo 4 kanye no5 wakhonjwa ke lona umaka Zandile. Okay, cool.
Zandile Kumalo confirmed that the two persons I've referred to, the one carrying number 2 and the one carrying number 11, are not before court.
uZandile Khumalo ke ukuvumeleke ukuthi labantu ababili lapha yambona lo phethe number 2 nalo phethe number 11 ukuthi abekho la enkantolo.
Let us now go to Exhibit T2 of the record, which is the photo album of the identification parade which was held at Pietermaritzburg. Do you confirm that you told this court that the person that you pointed out is the one carrying number 4?
Owamkhomba ke wena, okay. Ilo ophethe unumber 4.
Yes, umuntu engamkhomba with similar features number 4. All right.
Yes,
Ben.
the person I pointed out with similar features was indeed number 4. You are correct.
You confirm, sir, that when you look at the photos, that is photo 2, 4 4 and 5 of Exhibit E2 of the record, and the person that you pointed out at photo 8 of Exhibit 2, T2, the description of the said person with regards to their bodily features is not similar.
Where's that? Where's that description?
I'm now at Exhibit T2.
Okay, just
On photo 8 of Exhibit T2.
Okay. This.
if ngikuzwa kahle uthi lo mina engamkhombeza ama similar features akafani nalo okhonjwe uZandi nokhonjwe uMakakheli. Ngifuna ukuzwa kahle lapho.
Do I get you correctly or do I understand you correctly?
Exhibits manje.
Because you confuse me with the exhibits. Are you saying the person I pointed out that is now in Maritzburg doesn't compared to the person that was pointed out by Zandi and Zandi's mother?
Yes, their features are not similar.
Ukuthi ama features abo awafani.
Bona bamkhomba as suspect number 1 as suspect number 2.
Did they point the people or the two people as suspect number 1 or suspect number 2 when they pointed those people out?
As suspect number 1.
Nanjengo number 1.
Ngiyakuzwa sibone kodwa phela ngokufana. Vele nami egcineni angazi ngisho ngithi uyena lo ngathi una similar features.
I hear you, but we don't see things are the same, and I never said that it's him. I said he's got similar features.
But the question that I'm at is that the features of the 3 persons are not the same. You
Kodwa
agree
ke
with
ngisho
me?
ukuthi ama feature alabantu abathathu awafani.
Hayi shothi asibone ngokufana.
Meaning we don't see things the same.
What do you mean?
Usho ukuthini?
Number 2 angithi. Uthe number 2 and 11 angithi.
You said number 2 and 11. That is the GP parade. Number 2 and 11.
Yes, at photo 1 and photos 4 and
Yeah.
5.
Yeah, njengoba ngisho nami ukuthi ukubona kwethu shothi
I don't know whether it's a fair question to put to the witness to comment on what other people had pointed out. Those are not his pointing out. How is he expected to comment on why they pointed out that person? We submit, my lord, that question ought to be disallowed.
Mr. Nxumalo, what's your response?
My lord, I'm just asking a simple question for the witness to look at these photos and comment, if he has a comment, whether when he looks at the first person, the 2 persons which were pointed out at Jeep police station, are they similar to the one that he pointed out in Pietermaritzburg? If he has a comment, he can say so if he does not have a comment.
Yes, so let's hear.
Asizwe kuwena.
as I've said ukuthi as I'm about to say futhi ukuthi angiboni ngokufana siboni ngokufana. So njengoba sengisho ukuthi angeke ngize mina ngizokhomenta ngesithombe esikhonjwe yimina as ama similar features. Lesalaba abanye angeke ngizokhulume ngaso ngoba mina okay futhi nje ya ngibambe lapho opinion.
We see differently.
Number 2 of 1. Njengoba siboni ngokufana.
We see differently. I can only comment on the picture of the person that I pointed out to be having similar features. With regards to the 2 photos, let me just hold it there.
I'm going to reiterate what I put to the first witness, Zandile Khumalo, that you and other witnesses have got this tendency of pointing out innocent people willy-nilly. What is your comment?
Ngizosho ke into ebengishilo ke kufakazi woqala uZandile ke ukuthi nina nje nina le into nje yokuthi nikhombe nje noma kanjani abantu nje ekungasibona.
Ngokukhulu ke nami ukuhlonipha kumina kuyona tendency leyo because lo engamkhomba engikwazi ukuthi mina ngal rectify iphutha la iphutha at that time lokuthi angisho ukuthi uyena ngithe unama similar features bona mekuthi bakhomba abantu bathi uyena suspect number 1 suspect number 2 angeni mina lapho so akusi tendency kumina ke le.
With all due respect to you as well, it is not a tendency to me. I rectified it there and there that the person that I was pointing out, I only said that had similar features. If it is that they pointed the 2 people out and said that it was them, then that is none of my business. To me, it is not my tendency.
I will further put it to you that The deceased was shot at by one of the persons who were inside the house. He did not shoot at himself. What is your comment?
Iphinde ngithi kuwena ke umufi wadutshulwa omunye kulaba ababephakathi endlini akazange ayidubule yena kodwa wadutshulwa yilabo ayekade nabo phakathi endlini.
Sekade bayisiphakathi. Hayi kade na.
Phakathi endlini.
Bawusho njalo shothi usho referring to lo 6 omunye bangambali yena. Bamuthi phakathi endlini vele wadutshulele endlini.
Indeed, he was shot inside the house.
By one of the persons who were inside the house and not by one of the intruders.
Lokho bengikusho kuwena.
Yeah, usubeka kahle la umbuzo.
Ngoba ngiyakwazi benga.
So angazi ukuthi ngizothini ke lapho ngoba ngiyakutshela mithi umuntu usenze wadutshula umuntu owangena endlini. Shothi sisazophinde sihlale umunye 9 years la.
I don't know what to say then because I'm saying to you that Senzo was shot by one of the intruders, which means we are going to sit for another 9 years saying the same thing.
Yeah, but you know what's that question? If you think about it, it's ambiguous. Just repeats the assertion. I'm putting it to you that Senzo was shot by one of the persons who were inside the house.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, he did not shot at
Including the 2 suspects who they crashed into the house. Are you with me?
No, I had said, my lord, I had explained that not the 2 or one of the 2 intruders.
No, put it clear then.
Yes, thank you. I put it to you that the deceased was shot at by one of the persons who were inside the house. Obviously not the children, and he did not shoot at himself. There was no robbery there, and was not shot at by one of the intruders who had the firearm.
Okay. Lo mbuzo uthi owakusela umbuzo akazange adutshulwe yilabo ababili abangena. Akukho kubanjwa kwenkunzi kwakukhona lapha yana akadutshulwanga ingane siyayikhipha ke ingane lezi eziwu2 naye siyamkhipha. Wadutshulwa ke omunye walaba ababephakathi endlini. Ukhiphe labo abawu2 kuthiwa bangena babengekho uthi ababengekho abangena. Akunankunzi yabanjwa ubakhiphe nabantwana naye umkhiphi. Yilabo abanye ke okusho ukuthi labo abanye ke babesendlini.
Hence ngisho ukuthi akulona iqiniso lelo.
Hence I'm saying that is not
abantu
the truth.
abawu2 bangena lapha endlini.
There were 2 intruders.
Lento engisho ukuthi sisazohlala la enkantolo. And I don't understand ukuthi mina ngaze ngivikele umuntu ayilapha endlini ngamvikelelani over umuntu omngani wami uSenzo. Akunandaba nawo umuntu ayilapha endlini.
Yes, I'm saying that.
Dideka khona mhlawumbe engihlezi ngidideka khona ngempela.
And so I'm then saying that we're going to still be here for a very long time. I have absolutely no reason to defend anyone or to protect anyone that was in the house because I have no business with them over my friend. That is where I'm getting confused. At the end, there were 2 intruders that came into the house.
What is the description that you gave the first intruder who had the firearm?
Utheni uma uchaza oqala owayephethe isibhamu?
Ngithe wayemfishane kunalomunye owesibili.
He was shorter than the second one. The chicks
namehlo ngathi awekho makhulu wayinama dreads wayifaka isigqoko ephethe isibhamu.
Eyes not that don't look so big, had dreadlocks, was wearing a hat and carrying a firearm.
I've also gone through your statement, Exhibit U1. In your statement, there is nowhere in your statement where you describe the first intruder as you have described him in this court.
Lana ke kulesi statement that angithi ziwu2 kunalesi ke siwu1 lesi esange i20 la bhalwe i28 but wena uthi i27 akukho la umchaza khona ke lokuqala ngalendlela umchaza ngayo la enkantolo.
The only description that you gave to the first intruder is at the tail end of your statement, Exhibit U1, where you say the following at paragraph 15, and I quote, "I can be able to identify the suspect with dreadlocks who had a firearm. I cannot identify the second one." Close quotation.
Lana ke uyachaza ke ukuthi ngakwazi ke ukuthi ngimkhombeke noma ngimusho ke umsola onama dreadlocks owayephethe isibhamu angeke ngimchazeke noma ngimkhombeke owesibili.
Yebo, ngiyakubona lokho vele ukushilo lokho kubhalile. Njengoba ngisho sometimes ukuthi ukunarrate istory njengoba ngikwenza la ilo akufani nokuthi usikwenza lapha ngizothi police station ngoba police station usukulandela lo suke okubuzayo ukuthi and then nase uhamba kanje uyabhala nje uyabhala yena. So akufani nala ngoba la uyangibuza wena imibuzo fanele ngichaze uyangibuza Mr. Balwe fanele ngichaze ngingene into detail ngalokho. So that's why ngimchaza kakhulu la. So mawukuthi iphoyisa as much as ngilichazelile ngomuntu onama dreads look alizange lisangibuza ukuthi ubuso bunjani amehlo kanjani kufanele ukuthi ngenze njani ke.
It is two different things to narrate to narrate here in court where I'm being asked questions by you in detail as well as Advocate Baloyi compared to the police station where the police would just say and then but not like as you ask me if you only ask me about the dreadlocks and not about the face.
So did you give this description to the police or you did not?
Ngabe wanikeza ke noma wamchaza ke ngalendlela emaphoyiseni noma awuzange?
Ngamchaza.
I did.
So the police officer who took down your statement left it out. Is that what you are saying?
Waseshiyelela ke yena ke lo owayibhala ke.
That's why ngisho ukuthi angazi ukuthi wayengibuze kanjani yena. Kodwa ukuchaza ngachaza.
Hence I'm saying that I don't know how it is that he asked me, but I did mention it.
May the court bear with me. My lord, I'm told that this is 3:30 in the afternoon. I still have some questions.
Okay, yeah, fine. Mr. Roy. Okay. Are you available, sir? Tomorrow. Still at the Sheraton.
It's nothing.
Sent it.
Oh, yeah, you sent it. Better still. Okay, tomorrow then at 10 o'clock.
10 kusasa.
Joe?